If there's one match from Rafa's story where you think that was a missed opportunity, there was a big chance.
I have matches,
2
or 3 in Australian Open. No more. We lose the opportunity in Wimbledon against Djokovic in semi-final.
2018.
Then we lose the opportunity, more important because that was semi-final. We lose the opportunity in Australian Open. In the Australian Open 2014, 2012 and 2017.
Yeah.
In 14 because he has an injury against Wawrinka that before he had never lose against him. Then with Djokovic and Federer, he had breakup in the 5th.
Yeah.
And 40-30 or the 30-50, I don't remember well. It was a ball very close, goes. But this is what happened. There was in Roland Garros 2009. Of course, he I am sure that he won. He will win. He won this tournament when he has no problems in his knee, because at this moment he was the best. He won Australian Open, then he won the tournaments on clay, and he arrived with problems in Roland Garros. For this reason, in my opinion, he lose. But there are others time that maybe he has to lose and he won.
If there's one match from Rafa's story where you think that was a missed opportunity, there was a big chance.
I have matches,
2
or 3 in Australian Open. No more. We lose the opportunity in Wimbledon against Djokovic in semi-final.
2018.
Then we lose the opportunity, more important because that was semi-final. We lose the opportunity in Australian Open. In the Australian Open 2014, 2012 and 2017.
Yeah.
In 14 because he has an injury against Wawrinka that before he had never lose against him. Then with Djokovic and Federer, he had breakup in the 5th.
Yeah.
And 40-30 or the 30-50, I don't remember well. It was a ball very close, goes. But this is what happened. There was in Roland Garros 2009. Of course, he I am sure that he won. He will win. He won this tournament when he has no problems in his knee, because at this moment he was the best. He won Australian Open, then he won the tournaments on clay, and he arrived with problems in Roland Garros. For this reason, in my opinion, he lose. But there are others time that maybe he has to lose and he won.
Ready? Play.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time it is in the world, wherever you are tuning in from. Right now, I am tuning in to Monte Carlo tennis, and I have in front of me Daniil Medvedev, who has a commanding first set lead over Sonego. It is 4-2, perhaps it would seem. Medvedev there, it is 4-2 now, yes. Medvedev is just questioning a line call, or at least curious about one. Nevertheless, he has a 4-2 lead. I do expect Medvedev to progress. I know a lot of people have questions about Medvedev on this surface, but I still see him. I think he's one of the best 20 players in the world on this surface, which means a run to the quarterfinals or semifinals in Monte Carlo for me is expected. And therefore, also, to me, he beats Sonego. Sonego as well, don't forget. It's a miracle he's even here after he saved all those break points yesterday. Let me know in the live chat, by the way, if I'm coming through loud and clear. I'm always a bit concerned that I'm chatting away and that nobody can hear me. I'm going to do a quick sound check myself. Let's have a quick see if I'm working okay. I'm just going to have a quick tune in to the channel. Make sure you hit the like button, by the way. And yeah, seems like I am coming through loud and clear, which is good. Yeah, let me know what you think as well. I should really post a poll probably on YouTube. Let's post it about Dominic Thiem against Dominic Thiem against Holger Rune. Who do you see winning that match? For me, it's the match of the day. Others may prefer perhaps Sonego against Medvedev, which is on right now, or perhaps you're really looking forward to Fritz Wawrinka, and I can understand that anticipation. I'm actually just going to post, though, a poll because those matches are already underway. Let's see. Let's go with who is winning. Let's do a poll. Where are you? Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Who's winning? Holger Rune or Dominic Thiem? For me, Rune has to be favourite, but the romantic side of me says go for Dominic Thiem. Let's go with that. Who's winning, Holger Rune or Dominic Thiem? Yeah, anyway, in the meantime, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. You can also become a member of the Talking Tennis community. I know you're really pumped about that possibility. All you need to do is I'm going to pin it right now in the live chat. Let's go with this. Hi, Matthew. How are you? What are your thoughts on the tennis from the last 24 hours, but also the upcoming tennis today, Matthew? Am I right to have the optimism about Daniil Medvedev? I would say is the hot favorite for me today against Sonego. I think we spoke briefly about this yesterday. It was me and somebody else. I'm not sure who. And yeah, Holger Rune has to be favorite against Dominic Thiem. As much as I would love to see the renaissance of Thiem continue, for me, it has to be Holger Rune. I guess there might be a chance that some of these players can get caught a little bit cold, if you like. You know, we saw Djokovic obviously beginning his campaign yesterday in the first set. I don't think it was any great surprise that it took him a while to get going. That may be the same case for Holger Rune. I mean, at least Dominic Thiem has had a week more, if you like, of clay court experience. He had 3 matches in Estoril last week, including 2 wins. And he's obviously already had a match this week in Monte Carlo, obviously getting the wild card. But it was a very comfortable win over Gasquet. For me, it's the score lines that have been giving me more optimism regarding Dominic Thiem, is that the comfortable wins over Ben Shelton and Gasquet, that's the thing. If they were marginal wins and a bit lucky but they were just, you know, he crushed both of those players. Against Ben Shelton last week, he won 12 out of 14 games. And I'm not having any of this, oh, Ben's never played on clay, blah, 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 at least on the ATP Tour. You know, Ben Shelton for the first 2 games against Thiem was ripping it, and it was unbelievable. Ben Shelton had already won a match in Estoril as well in the previous round, albeit in 3 sets. And yesterday, I thought Ben Shelton played pretty well again. So I'm going to make a prediction. Ben Shelton is going to have more wins than losses on clay this year. And he's already at, what's he at? I guess he's at 1 win, 2 losses right now. So, yeah, let's see. Let's see if I'm wrong. We'll have a chat come after the French Open, shall we? And we'll see if he's won more matches than lost. Looks like the live chat, plenty of things going on. Zanman, a new person that I'm not familiar with anyway. Maybe you have joined us before. Make sure you hit that like button. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. But we also have some familiar faces such as Matthew. Ghosty, good to see you back. We missed you yesterday, by the way. You're my sound man as well. And I think the sound is coming through loud and clear. Yeah, Matthew, you might well be right. I think it will be close. I think Rune and Thiem could easily be 3 sets, but I think we might well see Thiem win the first set and then Rune come back. By the way, Ghosty, I guess it's a bit tricky for you today with Thiem up against Rune, because I know you're a bit of a you've got a soft spot for both of those players. Matthew is refusing to get sucked into the Thiem comeback train. Every time I get my hopes up, I face crushing disappointment. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Spending time with a beautiful lady. So you're choosing a beautiful lady over me, Ghosty. Hey, Janie. We've got 2 members in the chat, by the way. 2 of our loyal members. We had also a member joining us yesterday in Eleanor, which was great. She joined us from Greece. I know she's obviously keen on Steph Tsitsipas. Among others, but I think her longtime idol has always been Federer. We had a nice chat yesterday too, but good to see some of the loyal people, but also Zanman as well. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Anyway, I've got a couple of questions to address from Zanman, and I hope I'm saying your name right. Is Taylor Fritz going to win? I would anticipate it, but I need to actually get up to date, get up to speed with some of these. I've actually just been playing tennis this morning, so I'm just going to get up to date. They are on serve at the moment. Fritz 3-4. I would make Fritz the slight favorite, but who knows? Stand the man. Maybe that his renaissance will continue. By the way, back to the Medvedev-Sonego match, which is right in front of me. Medvedev has 2 set points, albeit on the Sonego serve. So I'll just talk us through this next point. 15-40. Sonego is serving to the forehand of Medvedev. Forehand Sonego. Good forehand winner, that. That is a good winner from Sonego. Yeah, so let's get the Talking Tennis website up, shall we? So we can get some of these scores up for you on the screen. So as I talk to you about 17 different things at once, you can at least try and keep up to date with some of them. I see some doubles action as well. These are the sort of 2 main singles matches going on at the moment. Let's get those for you up on the screen. Just a quick set point here, but I think Sonego should win this point. He's coming into the net. He's got a smash, has he? Yeah. What's Medvedev going to do? He's going to do a quick dart. Yeah, juice. Okay, so let's share these scores with you on the screen, and then I'll try and address some of your questions, perhaps. How are we doing? Let me present to you. Yeah, I've been ignoring the live chat for the last couple of minutes. I'll try and get to you in a second. How's that? That's not too bad, is it? Yeah, so we can see that Fritz and Wawrinka are on serve, and Sonego is just trying to rescue this situation, and he's doing pretty well. He's now got a game point with an excellent forehand winner. That's the second one in the last 3 points he's done like that. Okay, I'm going to come to the live chat now because I have been neglecting you guys, and I apologize for that. Let's go back to the beginning, shall we? Good afternoon, Matthew. I'm going to hire Uncle Tony to read my eulogy. The man remembers. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Mind you, I think he was prompted by me a bit because I also remember some of those points too. But yeah. He wasn't quite sure, though, whether it was 40-30 or 30-15. I think it was 30-15, wasn't it? Ooh, that's a backhand unforced error from Sonego there, making it deuce. I've got my sound down, Ghosty. I wonder why Sonego's got so much support. I mean, he knocked out a Frenchman in the last round. I mean, I know Monte Carlo is close to the Italian border, but ultimately it still is in France. And he knocked out the local guy yesterday, or at least the Frenchman in Ugo Humbert. But what a dramatic match that was. I mean, we've already had our money's worth out of Sonego this week, I think. Am I saying it right? Sonego? Anyway, game point, is it? No, I must have clipped the net, that one. So it's still juice. Not sure how much practice Rune has had, so I expect it at least to be one set very close. Yes, I agree, Matthew. Is Taylor going to win? I'm going to say yes. Zanman, I'm going to say yes for that one. But I have been wrong in the past. Gasquet and Shelton were off, not to take anything away from Thiem's wins, but they were not in top form. I'm suspicious of Thiem's recent success. Suspicious ghosty. I've already addressed Matthew's point about Thiem, and basically I'm kind of agreeing with both of these, although I'm just saying that a lot of people are really, no, the wins over Gasquet and Shelton. Listen, these are professional players. They're both, Shelton's in the top 40, I think, now, and has been tearing up, at least on the hard courts, over the last sort of 6, 8, 9 months. And Gasquet, you've got to play well to beat him in straight sets, in my opinion. But I also agree with both of you. You're right to be suspicious because it's happened before. Ooh, wow, what a shot that was from Sonego. And it's 5-3. Yeah, he's really enjoying it out there, and he is enjoying the crowd support. You're right, Ghosty. So, but yes, I agree, Matthew. I mean, we must keep ourselves calm. Good morning, Janie. How are you? By the way, make sure you hit the like button, and also feel free to send in a super chat. Feels like a few weeks since we had a super chat, so please feel free to do so. I see Fritz has held serve, so that's 4-all now. By the way, Wawrinka needing a wild card. What's his ranking these days? Let's have a quick look on the Talking Tennis website as well. Did I tell you we've got a website? Let's check out the rankings at the moment. I mean, Wawrinka has to be top 60. Let's have a look. Maybe I can share this with you just for a few seconds. We'll put that as a bit bigger because you don't want to see my face when I'm going through the rankings. Yeah, just having a quick look at the rankings here. I'm just surprised that Wawrinka needed a wild card. Where are you, Stan? No, look at Rafa there, down in 15th place. By the way, if there's any Rafa news regarding Barcelona, let me know in the live chat. I mean, I'll also let you know it could break at any point. I think a lot of concern about Rafa's health at the moment. And let me know if you see Wawrinka in these rankings. So Andy Murray's at 54. I remember at one point he was getting closer and closer to that golden top 32 where you're kind of then going to be seeded at slams, but that seems a little bit more distant these days. Jack Draper's at 56. I thought he was higher than that, but I guess he's been injured a lot. Jack Draper, by the way, what a match that was yesterday against Hurkacz. Just watching. By the way, if something happens here, we get a break point or a set point between Sonego and Medvedev, I will alert you to that. At the moment, it's 15-all on the Daniil serve. And this is turning into a bit of an epic rally. Ooh, is that a winner? It is. Sonego's forehand is on fire today. 15-30. Anyway, John Isner down in 68. Seems like a while since we've seen much from Isner, to be honest with you. Ugo Humbert, where are you? Stan Wawrinka at 90. Boy, oh boy, I thought he was higher than that. Well, a good run in Monte Carlo will certainly help him and may propel him closer to the top 50. Anyway, let's get back to some of these scores. Wawrinka has held serve, so he is certainly knocking at the door against Taylor. By the way, let me know in the live chat. Do you want to see my face on the screen, or are you happy with just me off screen and talking over the top of these score lines here? There you go. Look at that. I can just hide behind. I can hide behind the screen and just have these score lines up in front. How do you feel about that on the Talking Tennis website? Maybe I should do a poll. Stan is 90. Okay, sorry, Ghosty. I was too busy scrolling down and I didn't see your comment there. I haven't watched it yet, Matthew. I have to say, I've heard mixed reviews. And by the way, I think we have a set point here for Daniil Medvedev. But I will just quickly say that we've had mixed reviews. I've heard mixed reviews, Matthew. I've also found a bit frustrating that I work for Germany's public broadcaster as well in my day job. And we tried to set up an interview with the producers. and they were very reluctant to speak, and Apple and all their might were very keen to put a block on it, and we never did the interview, which is a real pity. But there we go. That's how it is. Daniil Medvedev, by the way, has won that first set with an unreturnable first serve. He wins it 6-3. And yeah, my screen is now showing a doubles match, which you may well be fascinated by as well. But there we go. There we go. Back to normality there. So, is it Tsitsipas brothers in action? Yes. Well, they lost early today. Oh, in a third set deciding super tiebreaker. Anyway, where was I? Tennis. Yes. I've got Fritz Wawrinka up on my screen right now. It's 30-love on the Taylor Fritz serve at 4-5. Taylor Fritz rocking an all-white outfit. I haven't seen him wear white before, except at Wimbledon, of course. Oh, that's a good forehand from Taylor. Now it's a smash at the net from Taylor. Interesting defense from Wawrinka. Oh, he nearly made that. He nearly made that. Bringing a smile to Taylor's face. 40-love now, Taylor Fritz. He's got 3 game points to make it 5 games all, while there's a little break in the Sonego-Medvedev match. Yeah, Lehetska, Jane. Lehetska. That train is flying at the moment. I've seen a few articles, and don't forget there is a news clip actually I have from Talking Tennis. Let me see if I can find it, and I'll post it in the live chat. In fact, I could probably do something like this, where I just show you on the website. What about this? Look at our nice website there, including our exclusive with Tony Nadal at the top. Some images here of Djokovic practicing as well earlier today. Scrolling down as well, some of our videos. There's a nice interview. I don't know if you've all seen that one that I did with the former Nike tennis director. That was a really good interview where we spoke about the situation with Nike in the sport at the moment, with obviously a lot of the players leaving and potentially even Rafa as well this year. I think his contract is up. And of course, we all know what happened with Roger, and Serena's retired. So it's an interesting time for the brand. And Fritz holds serve for 5 games all. We also did a show on doubles recently, and Opelka's rather critical comments. Where is this Boris Becker thing, though, anyway? I think I need to scroll down for this one. Oh, maybe it's not there anymore. I used to have a section on the website for Talking Tennis News, yeah. Oh, maybe it's in here somewhere, I think. Here we go. Just a second. So the Boris Becker... Here we are. Talking Tennis News. Boris Becker released from jail, deported to Germany. This little thing here. Let's see if I can get the YouTube clip for you. Maybe I can click share. Share this video. Copy link. Let's see if this link works. In love to Wawrinka, by the way. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to post this in the live chat, and then you can check it out, Ghosty, if you want. If you don't want to, you don't have to. So that's posted there if you want to keep up to date with Boris Becker stuff. I'll get the scores back up on the screen because we want to get back to the present, I'm sure, although many of us maybe do enjoy living in the past. Some people like to live in a box. So 5 games all. Taylor Fritz, Stan Wawrinka, Medvedev, and as you can see on my screens flying around, let's keep that for you there like so. And we'll come back to the day's action. Do you want to see my face on the screen, by the way? Obviously, you're a Taylor fan, I guess, Sam, man. What's Ghosty here? Gil Gross was making the Opelka case against the doubles game, but I think he's conflating a statistical phenomenon with fan intrigue. Don't know. I'm still mulling it over. For me, Ghosty, I think I'm very much a fan of just because it's not working, it doesn't mean it's a failed vessel, if you like, or a failed thing. For me, there are solutions. There are solutions if you want to find them. If you don't want to find them, we can go down the Opelka route. But I will check out Gil's points because he's always an interesting listen. But I'm pretty convinced there are solutions to this. I mean, listen, doubles was super popular in the 80s and 90s. Why is it not popular now? It's not because human beings are not keen on doubles tennis. It's because I think a lot of the legends are not playing it and lots of the top players are not playing it. Well, why? We are playing too much tennis, my friends. Too much tennis. And I know what you're saying. Why then play doubles as well? Less singles. Less is more. And if you've got players such as Carlos Alcaraz at 19 years old, who is pulling out of the Rome Masters, one of the highlights of the tennis year, not because he's injured, but because he wants to stay fresh and he's concerned about his body, a 19-year-old, there's a problem. And I don't want to go into tournaments such as Monte Carlo, where we've obviously got Rafa pulling out. We've obviously got the situation with Taylor Fritz. I don't want to be going into the Sunshine Double where one or two players are thinking I should choose one or the other. Or, you know, Steph Tsitsipas is obviously talking about having to play these with certain injuries. I want to go into the 4 Grand Slams and some of the biggest Masters of the year with all the top players playing there and also in top form. And the way we do that is by just losing a few tournaments from the calendar. I don't want to see a spread. I don't want to see players going, I'll play this one, I'll play that one. Because what you do is that you just have both events are damaged. You know, let's just say you have somebody saying, I'm not going to play Miami, I'm going to get myself ready for the clay court season. Well, Miami suffers, okay? But there'll also be players playing Miami. Or, for example, look what happened last week with Tiafoe winning in a clay. Would be great to see him in Monte Carlo. But we need to have a little bit less tennis. We could put a gap there for allowing Tiafoe. And if Tiafoe thought to himself, right, there's just 10 tournaments a year and I'm going to go at them, he's not pulling out of Monte Carlo, my friends. Anyway, that is, I've spoke about that before and I'll speak about it again in the future. Oh, it's an interesting point from Tennis Twit. Alcaraz doesn't have the smartest schedule, though. I disagree. I think he's made a very quite a few mature decisions. By the way, Wawrinka, who was, I think, 40 love up on his serve, has been got back to deuce, although he's now got a game point advantage here at 5-all. Okay, let's get back to the tennis right now anyway. We won the backhand of Wawrinka. That's that wonderful single-handed backhand that he has, although he's now on the forehand. And that's pretty good too. What a winner, as he screams with delight. A very proud line judge there showing in, but it was about 50 or 60 centimeters in. I don't think it wasn't an eagle-eyed line judge that called that one, although he looked very pleased with himself and the camera went to it. But Stan Wawrinka should be pleased with himself. He's got a 6-5 lead, and Taylor Fritz will have to serve to stay in this first set. You think he plays too many tournaments, but he's still pulling out Tennis Twit. He's still pulling out of a lot of tournaments and keeping himself like he's pulled out of Monte Carlo, like he pulled out the Australian Open. I think he could have played the Australian Open, but he decided better for his body not to play. I think he could play a lot more. Look at the end of the year. Look at last year. Look how many tournaments Alcaraz played compared to Tsitsipas. I think he manages himself pretty well compared to some of his peers. That's my take. I didn't see the Tiafoe match, but he nearly threw it away. But I'm very pleased for Francis. If I've missed any of your comments, I apologize. In the live chat, I can see things are pretty lively there. Okay, Janie, I'll put myself on the screen then. What about this? How about that? Just there at the bottom. Or maybe you prefer me on the side like this. How about that? Let's give a different background as well. Shall we go that as a background? Oh, that's a foreground. We don't want that. Background, where are you? Okay, here we go. Background. We can go that as the background. We can go for that as the background. We can go for that. We can also go for all white. I think this one works quite well, personally. This one's a bit too zany, maybe. I'm going to go for this one as the background. What's my opinion on Taylor Fritz's game? Oh, I've got a lot of opinions. I've got a lot of opinions on Taylor. I've seen him a lot, actually. I saw him play at Paris-Bercy last year, where he lost in his opening match, I think it was, against Gilles Simon. Bizarre match to lose for Taylor. He lost in 3 sets there. I think it was. I mean, Gilles was retiring, if you like, in that tournament, and he was on a bit of a crest of a wave. But still shouldn't be losing. And Taylor indoors should be a threat everywhere, as we saw at the ATP finals. I mean, arguably, he was the one who gave Djokovic his toughest test, perhaps Medvedev as well. But yeah, so those kind of results are a little bit alarming, but not as alarming as his Grand Slam results for me. Take the last 2 in Australia and in New York. He should not be going out that early. He should not be going out in the first round in New York. Should not be going out to Popperin, I think it was, in Australia. Those are concerning. I would say he had a bit of a problem with 4th rounds, I think, where he kept losing out in 4th rounds, but they were against stellar opponents in, 15-30 now. Wawrinka threatening to win this first set. Yeah, so those first of all, those results are alarming. On a positive note, he's got the game. He's got the game. I do think that if he is to win a major, it will probably be Wimbledon. I think that might be the one where he has his best chance, partly because of his serve, but also mainly because there's probably, aside from Djokovic, there's only 3 or 4 others that really are a threat there, perhaps. Ooh, Taylor, 15-40 now. 2 set points for Wawrinka. Also, alternatively, hi, Lewis, by the way, make sure you hit the like button, whether you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, or wherever. The other thing, though, with Taylor is clay probably will be the weaker surface for him, so I wouldn't expect him to pull up any trees. He might get a nice draw in Roland Garros, and we might see him in the quarterfinals or something like that. But listen, he's on the verge of losing this first set. Ooh, that second serve was close. Oh, Wawrinka, though, an unforced error there, putting the forehand into the net. Wawrinka was very much in that rally, but that second serve must have been right on the line from Taylor. So what was I saying? Yeah, Taylor. Listen, the game is there. Positive. Negative. Some 1 or 2 mental issues, I think. I know Gil Gross was quite critical of him mentally against Tsitsipas, I think it was, in Australia a year ago, or just over a year ago. It's an interesting ball toss there from Taylor. I think Taylor seems to be a bit off it at the moment mentally, but we'll see if he can get himself back together for a potential tiebreak. It's 30-40 at the moment, though, so he'll be relieved to get to the tiebreak. Forehand Taylor. Forehand into the net from Stan Wawrinka. Deuce. Went for the drop shot there. It was an interesting play. Didn't execute it. So we're at deuce. High quality shot. Nice to see you dropping in and saying hi. Make sure you hit that like button. So yeah, I think those are my thoughts on Taylor. And the mental side might prevent him from winning a Grand Slam. That's what I'm saying. Forehand Taylor. Did that land on the line? Or did it go out? It did land on the line. Boy, oh boy, that must have been close as well. Taylor playing with fire. By the way, last week, what do you think about Kecmanovic last week? He told me after one of his matches that he was on fire. The next day he was blazing, but Casper extinguished him in the final. Forehand Taylor. Wawrinka on the defense right now. And it's Taylor Fritz has held serve from 15-40 down, and some hairy moments for the American. He's got it back. He's got it back. 6 games all. Coffee. Check. Somebody asking me for my predictions for today. I've gone for Medvedev to win. I've gone for Taylor Fritz to win. I've got Holger Rune winning. And I'm going to go with Cerundolo to beat Berrettini. I don't think that's the craziest prediction. Okay, forehand return from Taylor. That's a good forehand return. His forehand is strong, but that was Missed opportunity there for Taylor. 1-love to Stan Wawrinka. After the unforced error there from Taylor, went wide into the tram line. Down the tee from Taylor. That serve is so good. It's helping him, put him in charge at this point. He's on the forehand as well. His second biggest strength, arguably. Backhand Taylor. Backhand Stan. Backhand Taylor. Lofted up high from Stan. We've got a smash chance here for Taylor. Where are you going to go with this one? Ooh, you've let Stan back in the rally there, Taylor. You've let Stan back in the rally. What are you doing? Oh, my goodness me. Take a bow, Stan Wawrinka. 2-love to the Swiss. Yep, Ghosty, I think Cerundolo is not the craziest of picks, is it? But my suggestion that Taylor Fritz is going to win this one is not looking superb at the moment, but we are still early doors in this tie break. But if he was to go a double mini breakdown, good first serve there from Taylor again, and it's enough to bring up 2-1. But he's on the back foot. By the way, make sure you hit that like button. Get voting in the poll as well. We've got a match obviously coming up later with Dominic Thiem. Let's have a quick look, see how that poll is going. 78% going Holger Rune. Makes sense to me. Also become a member. I've pinned that in the live chat, so you can all become members. Just like Cool Ghosty, Cool Jane, Eleanor as well, among others. So, Stan Wawrinka, serving, 2-1. Goes long on the first serve. We're up to 11 likes on YouTube. See if we can get to 20. Backhand return from Taylor. Forehand Wawrinka goes into the net from Stan Wawrinka. It's 2-2. Stan Wawrinka at the net this time for 3-2. They are on serve. Stan is a bit annoyed that he's lost that mini break advantage. It's now 3-2 to Stan Wawrinka. Oh, let's have a quick look. A couple of Twitter notifications. Taylor now serving. It's going to be a second serve. By the way, I was on the tennis court earlier playing my good friend Flo, and somebody on the neighboring court said, shh. I was like, bloody hell. Okay, Taylor Fritz now coming towards the net. It's 3 points all at the changeover, so they could not be closer. 6 games all, 3 points all midway through this tiebreak. Who's your money on, Taylor or Stan? Ghosty, sorry, just reading your comment. Yeah, the two break points. You're right, Matthew. That he had, because I think there were chances there. But to be fair, Fritz did take a few chances as well. I saw one of his second serves, I think, on one of those set points was bang on the line, and there was another one as well, a forehand during a rally, landing on the line. But also, even during this tie break, he got a mini break advantage, and he dumped a very easy forehand into the net for an unforced error. But it's 50-50 right now, at least in terms of the scoreboard. But you might be right. Maybe the psychological advantage right now is with Taylor, having got out of those sticky situations. Backhand return from Wawrinka. Interesting, by the way. You could easily have run around that and hit a forehand, but he decided to stick with his backhand. How confident he is on that, although that forehand's got a good depth. But he goes wide on that forehand. 2 unforced errors on the forehand side from Stan means he has ceded the advantage he had in this tiebreak. He was up 2-love and 3-2. He may even have been 3-1 up, I'm not sure. But now it's 4-3 for Taylor Fritz. 13 likes currently on YouTube. See if we can get to 20 likes, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that like button, whether you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook or wherever. Backhand now from Taylor. Sorry, forehand Taylor, forehand Stan. Now exchanging forehands at the moment. Good switch up there from Stan. What a forehand winner that was. What a forehand winner. After those two, it's the tale of the forehands in this tiebreak at the moment for Stan. 2 unforced errors on the forehand side. But that time, what a mean winner that was. What a mean winner. How's the poll going, by the way? Oh, Dominic Thiem is closing the gap, 43%. Get voting in the poll and also hit that like button. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel. It's just below the screen on YouTube. It says subscribe. Click that subscribe and also hit the notification bell. Okay, four points all here. First serve from Stan is just in, but he's not really in charge of this rally at the moment. He's on the backhand side. What a slice. Some of these slicing and dicing here. What a backhand that is, though, from Stan Wawrinka. 5-4 now. Stan leads. This is turning into a really exciting, pulsating tiebreak. Indeed, we have ghosted. We've got to boost these numbers if I'm going to be the next Subaka. Subaka, of course, has retired now, so I don't know who he'll be taking over from her. Yeah, beautiful backhand. Beautiful backhand. Tennis Twit is certainly supporting Stan. Ooh, Stan comes into the net. Where are you going with this one? It's going to be a lob. Is it going to be? It's a successful lob from Fritz. Wow, both players are pulling out all the stops here and a lot more. Medvedev, by the way, is a breakup in the second set on Sonego. So he's edging closer to the round of last 16. Or the round of 16, I should say. That's a great lob there. And you just knew it from, and the thumbs up there from Stan. You just knew it from Stan. He sort of just went, you know, sometimes these lobs are like, you know what? Yep, that's got me. Goes down the tee there, Taylor. Is that an ace? It is, you know. And it's a set point now for Taylor Fritz. Set point, Taylor Fritz. $208 kilometers an hour. That's probably something like 140 miles an hour. Okay, 6-5 now, Taylor Fritz. Oh, good first serve there from Wawrinka. He was in charge of the rally. He's now coming into the net and he's got a smash, but it's not an easy one, but he's put it away. That was a really, really tricky smash, especially because of the pressure. When that ball is flying through the air and it feels like an hour before it lands and you're thinking, I'm facing set point, I'm facing set point, I'm facing set point. Doesn't matter. Stan, cool as a cucumber, puts it away. Are you suggesting, Ghosty, that maybe the dad bod Stan is not quite prepared to deal with it in the same way as some of these younger guys? Yeah, you might be right. I mean, I think Sinner and Rune might have 1 or 2 centimeters in height on him as well. Okay, 6 games all, 6 points all. But this next point is huge. You win the next point. If you're Taylor Fritz and you win the point and you got set point on your serve, well, okay, 6 games all, 6 points all. What are you going to do with this serve, Stan? You are going out to the forehand of Taylor. That's a bit of a risk, I would suggest. Backhand. Now we're on the backhand of Wawrinka, but it's a forehand now for Taylor. Backhand Stan. Forehand Taylor. Taylor's going to win this point. He is. It's set point, Taylor Fritz. And this time it's on his serve. It's on his serve, ladies and gentlemen. Time for a sip of water. Taylor just gathering himself before he collects the balls. Actually, it's more of a cream outfit for Taylor rather than white. White from afar, but as you can see a little closer up, it's more like a cream color. Probably wouldn't get away with that at Wimbledon. Okay, Taylor Fritz, set point number 2, but this one is on his serve. He's gone long on the first serve. I thought that was going to land in for a second. Mind you, Stan did well to get it back. 54 minutes on the clock. Taylor Fritz, where are you going with this serve? You're going to the backhand of Stan. Not a bad return. Forehand now, Stan. Backhand Taylor Fritz is into the net. It's into the net. It is the backhand on Taylor that sometimes breaks down. And it broke down in spectacular fashion there. 7 points all. Someone is going to have their 3rd set point. Someone. If Taylor wins this point, it means Taylor has a 3rd set point. If Stan has it, it'll be a 3rd one for him and the 1st on his serve. Okay, Taylor, Good first serve, though, from Taylor. He's in charge of this point, and he's won it with a 1-2. Good, really good first serve there from Taylor, pushing Stan out wide, meaning he had a fairly easy forehand to put away. And it is set point number 3 for Taylor. He's had 1 on his own serve. This time, it's on the Stan serve. Just short of the hour mark here in southern France. When I say here in southern France, I mean there. Here, I'm in Germany. Okay, backhand return from Taylor. Gets it over the net. Stan is in charge at this point. Could have come into the net there, Stan. Decided not to. Big forehand from Stan. Put him in charge. And this time it's Stan putting away the forehand. Nice one. Big forehand there from Stan. Setting himself up there to put that winner away. 8 points all. What a really exciting tiebreak. Really exciting as well. Some of the quality, some of the winners from both players have been exceptional. Tennis Twit, are you tuning in on YouTube? I believe you are, although I think I saw a tweet from you as well. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. We've got 27 people joining us right now. Okay, where are you going with this one? Forehand return from Taylor. Forehand. Oh! Rolling back the years. Stan Wawrinka. Bit of Simply Red there for you, by the way. 9-8. It is Stan Wawrinka's turn to get a set point. I believe that's the third one for him. They've all, though, been on the Taylor serve. And this will be on the Taylor serve as well. I think it's his third set point. That winner speed coming in at 144 kilometers an hour. I think that's over 100 miles an hour. Great. I'm glad you have subscribed to Tennis Twit. Make sure you put the word out there and get some other people to subscribe. Oh, Stan decided to go defensive on that return. I think he was probably a bit deceived by the Taylor Fritz serve not having as much venom as normal. Normally, the Taylor Fritz serve has more venom than a boa constrictor. But on that occasion, he decided to go cautious with the first serve, and I think it caught Stan by surprise. Stan went defensive on the return when, in fact, he could have gone a bit more aggressive. As a result, it is 9 points all. 9 points all. I need to adjust the screen so you don't see the result from the Tsitsipas brothers, because I think you're more interested in seeing what's going on elsewhere. Medvedev, by the way, is up a double break. Fritz and Wawrinka are switching ends. It is 9 points all. It's on the Taylor Fritz serve. Where are you going with this serve? Stan needs a second. He's asking just for another second there. Dad bod Stan. Down the tee from Taylor. It's gone long, though. Second serve. Could not be closer. Return. This time, Stan does do a run around on the return. Backhand to backhand. And listen, you're going to go backhand to backhand. There is only one winner of that exchange, and it is Stan Wawrinka. He has his 4th set point, but maybe the most significant is that this set point is on the Swiss serve. Stan Wawrinka serving, set point. Interesting moments here. Okay, Stan. Set point, 10-9. Backhand return. Good decision there, I think, to go to the... Oh, Stanny, boy! Forehand into the net. And Matthew, your comments could not be truer. So many chances for Stan. As you said, the 2 set points he had at 5-6 or 6-5 or whatever way you want to call it. And you're right, it's just the forehand. I think sort of 3 out of 4 times now on the forehand it's let him down. Okay, here we go. Set. Oh, that's a tame serve. And again, you just feel as though because of the opportunities that it feels like Stan has had, but then I guess Taylor's had a few too. Anyway, forehand return now from Taylor, obviously running around that one. Now it's Wawrinka on the forehand. What are you doing with this one? It's decent. Forehand now from backhand now. I've lost it. It's 10 points all anyhow. Good backhand there from Stan. Now he's on the forehand. Now it's on the forehand of Taylor. Forehand now to the backhand of Taylor. Now it's a slice from Stan because he's in a bit of trouble. But he's on the forehand now. He's sort of back in the rally, I would suggest. Good backhand there from Taylor. Forehand Taylor Fritz. Forehand Taylor Fritz. And of course, forehand Taylor Fritz ends in him winning the point. He now has a set point and it's on his serve. Oh, man. I think you could be right there, Ghosty, despite the experience. It will be a painful tiebreak loss. By the way, we're on 1,500 subscribers. Let's see if we can get to 1,600. Maybe even by the end of this episode. Who knows? We're going to be here for a couple of hours. Okay. Taylor Fritz. Ooh, I thought that was going to be an ace. This tiebreak, by the way, is almost 16 minutes old. Set point number 4 for Taylor. Second serve. Backhand return has gone wide, has it? No. We're still in the rally. That must have been close. Okay, but still, Taylor Fritz now on the backhand. He's on a bit of a backhand. Ooh, what a great backhand that is from Wawrinka. Another good backhand from Wawrinka. Oh, no! Oh, no! Stan, the man! No, no, no! And it's the tiebreak goes the way of the American. Wow. What an excellent, enthralling, amazing tiebreak. And Taylor Fritz takes it at the 4th time of asking. 12 points to 10. And we just crept past the 16-minute mark. Stan Wawrinka. Dearie me. As you said, somebody, I think it was Matthew in the live chat, all those chances. Continuing to let him off the hook. And in the end, Taylor made him pay. Okay. So often the case, Matthew, you lose such a tight tiebreaker, especially if it's against one of the phenoms, one of the mighty players of the game. Those ones in particular, if you don't win it, a bit like yesterday to some extent when Gakov was a breakup at 4-3. You lose that break. You go to the tie break. You don't win the tie break. It was quite a close tie break, albeit that Novak was really always in charge, although it was close in the end with Gakov getting 5 points. But once you don't win it, it's like, okay, let's see how the second set goes. To be fair to Gakov, he did sort of stay with Novak for the first 4 games. But yeah, there was a sense of inevitability once Novak broke back really at 4-3. Okay, regarding Medvedev Sonego, by the way, we are very close to the end because Medvedev has a double break advantage in the second set, having won the first set 6-3. Stan's going to kick himself, as you say there, Ghosty, indeed. Anyway, Sonego is 30-15. It's 1-5 in this second set. Second serve for Medvedev to look at here. Backhand return. Forehand now to forehand. And the forehand from Sonego goes long, so it's 30 all. And Medvedev is currently 2 points away from winning this match. Yes, Ghosty, I know what you mean in terms of this. But I'm not surprised, if I'm honest. I think that the drama that Sonego had yesterday probably took a lot out of him, even though he obviously ended up coming out the winner in that. But also, I just think that people are underestimating Medvedev on this surface. I really do. I don't see him, winning the French Open or getting to the final. But I think he was in the quarterfinals, wasn't he, a couple of years ago? I think when he lost, was it when he lost to Tsitsipas? Was it? Yeah, Tsitsipas. I think that was a quarterfinal in 2021. Could have been 4th round, but I think it was quarterfinal. I think he lost that match with his final serve of the match was an underarm, and Steph just put it away. Okay, match point for Daniil Medvedev. Biggest issue Daniil has is the movement, but I think he's getting better. Okay, 30-40, Sonego to serve, match point Daniil Medvedev. Goes to the backhand of Daniil. No, maybe that clipped the net. Don't forget to hit that like button. We've got 2 likes on Facebook. Thank you, Marcos and Marlena, for liking this stream. But if you are tuning in on Facebook or on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button. It's going to be a second serve here now for Medvedev to look at 30-40. Match point. Sonego, bit of pressure here. You don't want a double fault. Forehand return. Forehand Sonego. It's a good forehand winner. Good forehand winner to hold that one or to save the match point. So it's deuce. Yes, get voting, by the way. We've got that poll. Let's have a quick look at that. How is that poll going between Holger Rune and Dominic Thiem? Who is winning that one at the moment? We've got it very close now. 58% have voted for Holger Rune, 42% for Dominic Thiem. I wonder if there's quite a few people voting with their heart there. Don't know. This is turning into an interesting rally and one that Medvedev has lost by trying to do a little dink shot there at the net, and it actually hits the net. So it's now game point for the Italian. For those of you wondering, yes, I was playing tennis this morning up against Flo, the mighty Flo from Boyle. And yes, I won. Straight set, 7-5, 6-3. But it was super close, super close. Even the second set, I was 3-2 down, but end up winning the last 4 games. Okay, second serve here. We'll get game point. And has that gone long? It has. So Sonego has held serve. Daniil Medvedev will have to serve for the match at 5-2. Time to have a little bit of a talk about some of the other matches that have been going on today. Let's have a quick look. I saw Schwartzman, by the way. Did he retired injured, right? That's a real shame for him because he obviously had a nice, good win in the first round. But Jannik Sinner was leading 6-love 3-1 at the point that, yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened to Diego. I'll just read a little bit now on the ATP Tour website. Jannik Sinner advanced to the 3rd round on Wednesday when Schwartzman was forced to retire with a shoulder injury. The Italian who reached the quarterfinals in Monte Carlo last year, and of course, there's a potential quarterfinal here against Djokovic. Of course, Djokovic, though, will have to beat Musetti if he's going to make that happen. And Musetti has won his last 3 sets, 6-love. Because Musetti won 6-love, 6-love today. I think it was against Nardi. And he beat Kecmanovic, who was the finalist in Estoril last week, 7-6, 6-love. So that fire that Kecmanovic had last week has well and truly been doused now after going out early here in Monte Carlo and obviously losing to Casper in that final last week. What do we think about Casper's chances in Monte Carlo? I don't think he's played his first match yet, has he? Casper? Must be playing it. He's not out already, is he? No. Okay, so he beat Botic earlier on today. I didn't see that. Okay, he won in straight sets against Botic van der Zandschulp, 7-5, 7-6. So it was close. And he's going to be playing Struff, who's had a really interesting year, Struff. I mean, in qualifiers, he's tearing it up. I remember in Australia in particular, I don't think he dropped a set in his qualifiers there. But then he's still not gone on from that, if you like. We're not then seeing him reach the quarterfinals and the semifinals of any of these tournaments. But last 16 for Struff against Casper Ruud. I would make Casper Ruud the favorite there, but I do think that the differences between Estoril and Monte Carlo have been shown up a little bit by some of the results of people that have got to the quarterfinals and beyond in Portugal last week. I'm thinking of Davidovich Fokina, got to the quarterfinals, goes out in his first match in Monte Carlo. Kecmanovic, the same. Obviously, Kecmanovic getting to the final in Estoril before losing. I think he lost his first match in Monte Carlo. I'm just going to check that out. I think that was the first match for him when he lost 7-6, 6-love. Yes, it was in the first round to Musetti. Yeah, in the last 64. Sorry, to Musetti. Who else did well in Estoril? Cecchinato was in the semifinals, wasn't he? I don't know if he's even playing in Monte Carlo. Has he played in Monte Carlo? Did he? Maybe his ranking didn't give him a chance to play. To be fair, who else was in the semifinals? Oh, Hallis. Hallis was in the semifinals, wasn't he? In last week in. I don't think he's playing Monte Carlo either. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, he's not playing in Monte Carlo either. So there we go. Anyway, but the point is this. I'm not sure if Casper will repeat his heroics in Monte Carlo. Casper, of course, has yet to win a Masters. I don't think he's won. He's not won a Masters tournament yet. Okay. Back to the action right in front of me, which is Daniil Medvedev serving for the match, 30-15. Forehand return is a little defensive. Drop shot there from Daniil Medvedev is perfectly executed, and he has 2 match points. He's had one already, but that was on the Sonego serve. This time he's got 2 match points on his serve. Daniil Medvedev, where are you going with this serve? You're going down the tee. It's a backhand return. Forehand Daniil Medvedev. Oh, wow. Good play that from Sonego. Sonego is fighting, but ultimately not enough. And Daniil Medvedev wins fairly comfortably, 6-3, 6-2. I have to cough. Excuse me. Isabel, hi, nice of you to join us. By the way, Isabel, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Not just you, Isabel, but anybody who is tuning in and hasn't subscribed. If not, why not? We need subscribers. Hallis and Chechinat could not play in Monte Carlo qualies because they, yes, exactly, Isabel. That was what I was suggesting and also thinking. The fact that they went so deep there meant that they weren't able to play the qualifiers in Monte Carlo. But thank you for highlighting that. Jane loving Klavedev. Indeed. Thank you, Isabel. Great. I'm glad you have subscribed. Be interesting to see how many subscribers are we on, by the way. Let me get that up for myself so I can inform you as well. Let's have a quick look. We have 1,538 subscribers. Can we get to 1550 by the end of this episode? Let's see. Someone called Steve. Oh, hi, Steve. Can't get the match on Amazon Prime. I'm watching it on Sky in Germany, by the way. I don't know what channels it's on elsewhere. But yeah, hi, Stephen. Nice of you to join us, by the way. Stephen, make sure you subscribe. You may be very lucky and you may become our 1,539th subscriber. That magic number that we all, of course, look out for. There you go. Look at that. Subscribe. How many more reminders do you need? Okay, back to the tennis, though, regarding what is going on around there. So I'm looking at Medvedev, Sonego, Medvedev winning this match. The stats are pretty close, actually, in terms of winners and unforced errors. Maybe I can even share that with you on my feed here. Wawrinka and Fritz, I can see, are still on serve in the second set. Let's see if I can get a screenshot of some of these stats. There we go. 1 hour and 28 minutes Medvedev needed to finish off the Italian. Finished him off like a slice of pizza. Okay, back to the action. So yes, Fritz and Wawrinka are on serve. Daniil Medvedev has beaten Lorenzo Sonego in straight sets. Earlier on today as well, we had some other action going on where, unfortunately, Diego Schwartzman had to retire through injury. He was well and truly down in that match. He was already a set and a break down to... who was he a breakdown to? Yannick Sinner. By the way, I'm just having a quick look at Tennis TV here, promoting the fact that Zverev will be playing Medvedev in the next round. Who's favorite for that one, by the way? Medvedev, Zverev. A year ago, I would have said Zverev all day long on this surface, because despite the fact that some aspects of Zverev's game probably don't suit the clay, I think he moves pretty well on the surface. I'm still going Zverev. Yeah, I'm going to go Zverev, despite me bigging up Medi on the surface. But anyway, so Medvedev will play Zverev next. Anyway, let's get some stats up for you on the screen regarding this most recent encounter between Medvedev and Sonego there, just sharing some of the stats up on the screen. Is Zverev healthy? I think so. Tennis Twit, by the way, listen, I don't think he has to, if you're not, I think no news is good news. I mean, if he doesn't say anything, he's in the draw. And he's not said anything yet. I just still think we might need to see something from him. Yeah, we might need to see something from him regarding if he's playing or not. Jose Morgado, by the way, very eulogizing over Medvedev's performance against Sonego. But yeah, no news from Rafa, at least. No news so far. So I guess, does he need to announce? I don't think he has to, but you would imagine that he would. You would imagine there'll be some kind of information, but we'll see. Okay. Yes, so I've got those stats up for you on the screen. You can have enjoy those for the meantime. But talking about some of the other matches that have taken place today, let's have a quick look around some of the grounds. Let's share my screen. So we've got Wawrinka and Fritz are on serve in that second set, but I just wonder if, as some people were suggesting in the live chat, the psychological blow of not winning that first set when he had so many chances there, Stan, may well prove too much, but we'll see. Some double stuff on the screen there. Okay, so Khachanov beat Ivashko in straight sets. Khachanov, of course, is on a nice little run in terms of back-to-back Grand Slam semifinals. Don't see him repeating that feat in Roland Garros, but I could be wrong. That's another great win for Lehecka. Straight sets over Dimitrov. And as I touched on earlier, Sinner is through. Sinner and Djokovic, potential quarterfinal, but Djokovic will have to beat Musetti at the moment. Bagel man Musetti, who's just bageling everyone. Chris Jarry, by the way, nice win for him over Popperin. You would make him the favorite, though, on this surface. And Fritz is a breakup now. Taylor Fritz is a breakup on Stan Wawrinka. I've got it back on my screen here. 3-1 he leads now. Anyway, yes, regarding Jarry, of course, making the final. Where was that? Was that in Buenos Aires? It was in the final? I think it was. Was it Buenos Aires? He was in the final against... Or no, semi-final maybe. Semi-final of... No, and he won. He won. Yeah, I think he was in the semi-final maybe in Buenos Aires. And, of course, he won in Santiago, in his homeland. So, yeah, nice to see him progressing and quickly getting his feet into the clay of Europe. Ruud, nice win for him as well in straight sets over Botic, Van der Sandschulp earlier. Musetti, Captain Bagel, 3 bagels for him in a row. He'll be stuffed of bagels now. I don't think he'll be bageling Novak, but who knows. Zverev, a good win for him in straight sets over Bautista Agut. And, of course, Zverev now will play Daniil Medvedev in the next round. Who are we going for that? I'm going to say Zverev, but who knows? Who are you going for, Medvedev or Zverev? Of course, they played each other fairly recently in Indian Wells. That was a pretty epic encounter, which was super tight in the third set. Was it a third set tiebreak or was it 7-5 to Medvedev in the third set? Maybe someone else can let me know in the live chat as well. But Fritz now, by the way, is 4-1 up in this second set. So far, by the way, my predictions... Cerundolo, of course, is about to get underway against Berrettini. I've got Cerundolo winning that one. And I've gone for Rune over Thiem, but that could well go 3 sets. And I've gone for Taylor Fritz to beat Wawrinka. It's looking likely right now with Taylor Fritz up a set and a break. And I also went for Daniil Medvedev over Sonego. So my Nostradamus tag is remaining thus. Struff, by the way, that's a really good win for him in straight sets over the 14th seed, Alex de Minaur, 6-3, 6-2. De Minaur, of course, who polished off Andy Murray quite comfortably the other day. So that's a disappointing result for him. But yeah, there we go. Let's bring this up for you on the screen, because this is the match that I've got right in front of me, but it seems to have lost a bit of its zest in terms of where we were at a little while ago. Tennis twit there, Zverev should beat Medi. I think it's close. The Zverev of May, beginning of June 2022, yes, definitely. And also the Medvedev at that point as well. By the way, I see these players have also got their badges, that they need to carry around with them. But I always wonder what about if they turn up at and they haven't got it, and they're like, well, I'm about to play in 20 minutes. I think we saw that with Rafa, didn't we, a few years ago? By the way, Stephen Goss, great that you've joined us. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, Stephen, and anyone else that is joining us for the first time or hasn't subscribed already. You can see Team Rune has popped up on my screen. That'll be coming up very, very shortly. I'm very excited about that one, but it's not started yet. So let's focus on Fritz Wawrinka for now. Wawrinka really in big, big trouble right now. Had so many chances, had 4 set points to win that first set, but wasn't able to take any of them. And in the end, the epic tiebreak went the way of the American 12-10. Anyway, 4-1. Stan Wawrinka serving. They're in the middle of a rally at the moment. Stan comes into the net and doesn't win the point. Let's have a quick look, see if we've managed to gain another subscriber since I last checked. Oh, we have. We're now at 1,539. Nice, Zan. And you've subbed and liked. Great. Thank you, Zan. We're also on Instagram as well, and Twitter and Facebook. There we go, look. Holger Rune and Dominic Thiem just taken the court. That's probably why it popped up on my screen like it did. Okay, so 15:30 on the Wawrinka serve. It was love 30 though, so 1 hour, 22 minutes on the clock, but pretty much all of that was the first set. The second set, Fritz has been racing through this. 15:30. Second serve here for Stan the Man. Forehand return is pretty big from Wawrinka. From Taylor. They're now exchanging backhands. Now it's on the forehand of Wawrinka to the backhand of Taylor. Backhand Stan. It's a good backhand from Stan. He's put him in charge of the point, but he's not been quite enough aggressive to win that one there. He's got a very tricky smash. And now he's back at neutral this rally. Oh, dearie me. I mean, it was a really good lofted ball from our friend in the cream, Taylor Fritz, sort of landing near the baseline. And it was obviously a very tricky smash for Stan. And as a result, reset the rally. And in the end, it was went the way of the American. So it's 2 break points for a 5-1 lead. Stan goes wide on the first serve. Yes, I will, Stephen. I will. Probably we'll get to the conclusion of this Taylor match first before we switch. But yes, pretty much. I'm expecting now Taylor to win this fairly soon. Not yet, though, because Wawrinka has saved one of those break points. But yes, absolutely. Don't worry. You'll be getting the Holger Rune, Holger Vitus. I think you mean Holger Rune against Dominic Thiem. Yes, we will be bringing you that pretty much all the way through. But which interview, by the way, are you talking about, Matthew? I'm just having a quick look. Matthew's talking about an interview. Did anyone see the Novak and Prakesh interview on Tennis Channel? Quite funny, and they mentioned the 39 Club. I Google it, and let's say it ain't cheap. Oh, there's a club in Monte Carlo, is there, called the 39 Club, I'm guessing. But no, I haven't seen it yet, Matthew. By the way, your surname, Matthew, is that Portuguese, de Souza? Yes, so make sure you stay with us, Stephen, for as long as you can. But we will probably just get to the conclusion of this Taylor match first. I mean, who knows? It might go to a third set. But we'll be across all the matches, but probably more on Holger and Dominic than on Cerundolo Berrettini. Oh dear, another forehand error, which was the tail of the tight end of that first set, with some forehand errors from Stan that unfortunately cost him the first set, basically. Taylor Fritz has a third break point now for a double break advantage in this second set. Backhand return is lofted up, and a swing volley, drive volley from Wawrinka held his nerve, and it's back to deuce. By the way, I need to edit this because we're now on the magic number of 1539. Deuce. Stan Wawrinka to serve. Goes to the forehand of Taylor. What a good forehand return that is from Taylor. Mind you, good defense from Wawrinka here. And really, he's ripping these forehands. Comes into the net. Good backhand volley there. Oh, Stan Wawrinka, take a bow. What a backhand. What a deft, cheeky, cool little backhand. Sending Taylor the wrong way like a really cool penalty taker. And he now has game point. Rolling back the years again there. Nice, nice, nice. Great, great backhand winner that is. Stan Wawrinka. Well, the day he retires, we're going to have to retire the single backhand, I think. Anyway, here we go. Back in the rally now. He's got to do it all over again. Taylor comes into the net and he wins the point. Deuce. Deuce, deuce, deuce. Oh, is it? I didn't know that, Ghosty. One of his middle names is Vitas. I didn't know. Didn't know that. So Matthew, I'm confused. Matthew, are you? Your surname sounds Portuguese to me, but I think you're suggesting you're from Goa in India. I'm not sure. You're going to be angry if Taylor chokes. Well, he can choke, but I would suggest more at the real, much deeper, bigger ends of the tournaments, if you like. But we'll see. Okay, Matthew, gotcha. There you go. I should know my geography and history a bit more. Stan holds serve, by the way, to the delight of the crowd. I think they want to see a third set. 2-4 now. That last game, by the way, exceeded 7 minutes. By the way, there are a couple of other ways that you can support the channel. You can become a member of the channel and get access to some exclusive footage that is for members only. And you can also send in a super chat to help support the channel. Forehand return from Wawrinka. Forehand should help him win the point here, Taylor. Taylor has a smash, doesn't win the point with the first smash. He's going to get a second bite at the cherry, and he puts it out. He's got a second bite at that cherry. Good defense there from Stan, keeping himself in the point. And in the end, it is love 15. Stan is loving this, even though he's losing. He's loving the support. By the way, I wouldn't mind seeing a third set myself. I know many of you are keen on switching over to Holger against Dominic, but I'm still encapsulated by this match for now. Taylor goes long on the first serve. Boy, if Stan can break back. Backhand return is pretty decent. Forehand from Taylor. Forehand from Stan. Forehand Stan. I think he's in charge at this point. But that's a good depth there from Taylor, to be fair. 15 all. Oh, is the weather forecast not good for tomorrow, Matthew? Okay, that's interesting. I presume you mean in Monte Carlo and not in Goa. What is the poll like on YouTube in terms of the Rune Dominic Thiem? I should close that poll fairly soon if they're about to get underway. In fact, they have just got underway. So maybe I should close the poll. Get voting, people. I'm going to be closing the poll in a minute. Dominic Thiem against Holger Rune, and it's a second serve. Yeah, so let's have a quick look at that poll. What's the poll doing? Oh, I can't see the poll anymore. Where's the poll gone? I had a poll going to see who would win between Holger Rune and Dominic Thiem. Last I saw it was 60-40. I can't see it anymore. For some reason. Okay. It's a double fault from Taylor Fritz. So that potential choke is just getting a bit closer to reality. Yep, the poll must have finished for some reason. 15:30. Let's really focus on this match for now. 15:30 now. Taylor Fritz serving. Good first serve there from Taylor this time. Good depth on the return from Wawrinka. Wawrinka now in a spot of bother in this point. He's on the forehand though, Stan. Backhand into the net from Taylor Fritz. It's 15:40, ladies and gentlemen. It's 15:40. Can Stan the man break back? He was so close to going a double breakdown. So close. And yet now he has two break points to give him a chance to get back on serve. Oh, I see the poll. 58% have gone for Holger Rune. There's still time to vote. 58% Holger Rune. I think that we might see Holger Rune get one or two more votes in that one, but I'll be closing it in a few minutes. Okay, backhand return from Stan. Forehand Stan to the backhand of Taylor. Backhand Stan, forehand Taylor, forehand Stan. Good depth on the forehand there. Forehand Stan goes wide. Stan was really very much in that rally, if not on top of it. And it's another forehand error from Stan the man, which has been the tale of the match so far in so many ways. So Taylor saves one of the break points. 30-40. We're up to 16 likes on YouTube. 16 likes. If you're watching this, please hit the like button. Okay, 30-40. Taylor Fritz to serve. Break point still. Goes down the tee. Forehand defensive return. Oh, that's a good forehand winner from Taylor there to save another break point. So we are now at deuce. We're now at deuce, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody's just voted for Holger. We're at 59% voting for Olga. Holger. Olga is a German woman's name. Okay. First serve is into the net from Taylor. And right now, he's a bit closer to the finish line. Forehand return for Wawrinka. Could have done better with that return, I would argue. Forehand now, Taylor. Good depth on the forehand there from Taylor. Backhand from Stan. Some defensive backhands here. Defensive slices. Forehand Taylor. Forehand now. Backhand again from Stan. And that must have been close to the line from, maybe even hit the line from Taylor, meaning he's now got a game point for a 5-2 lead. Who is coaching Holger, by the way? Because I know that his coaching scenario with Patrick has come to an end. Or at least I believe it's come to. I mean, it was weird. It came to an end last week, and then he said, I'm back again. So it's kind of like off and an on-off relationship, it seems. But there we go. Lars Christensen, okay. Sounds Danish to me. Ghosty, maybe you can be Holger's coach. Okay, backhand return from Stam is pretty decent, but it's on the forehand of, and Taylor. It's the forehand there that helped get him out of jail, and he has held serve from 15-40 down. He wins 4 points in a row, meaning he's now just one game away from victory. 7-6, 5-2, Taylor leads. Let's have a quick look to see what is going on elsewhere. And is 1-game-all between Dominic Thiem and Holger Rune. I can share those two scores with you on the screen thus. And now it's time to do a little bit of promotion once again. Make sure you hit the like button. How many likes are we currently on? Let's have a quick look. Have we managed to reach 20 likes on YouTube? The golden figure of 20 likes? No, we haven't, basically. And the poll that we have going has Holger Rune at 61%. I'll keep that poll open until we get a break of serve, basically. I'm just having a quick look at Holger Rune right now against Dominic Thiem. Oh, wow, that was a nice one. I'm just looking at a little shot from Holger Rune. It clips the net. Let me just see if I can show you a Holger Rune speciality. Let me see if I can show you on the... This is where I can step back, you see. So, maybe I should make myself big for this one. So, the ball comes in. It hits the net. And Holger's there at the net with his racket here like so. And because it hits the net and changes direction, Holger has to do a little flick like this with a volley. And it helped him win the point. So he adjusted. Boom, boom, boom. I think you get the message. Maybe some of you are watching anyway, so you know exactly what he just did. But I'm just trying to do an action replay for you. Anyway, back to Taylor Fritz, Stan Wawrinka. It's love 15 on Stan's serve. So Taylor is 3 points away from victory. What did you think about my trying to do an impression there? Backhand return. Oh, what a great return that is from Taylor Fritz. It was a good first serve, pushing Taylor far, far out wide. But that return, the accuracy, the depth, it was perfect. Almost perfect. Anyway, love 30. 2 points now away from victory. Taylor, forehand return. Forehand Stan. Good forehand. Good forehand from Stan. 15-30. 15-30. Thanks, Janie. Thanks, Zan. Okay. So, goes out wide. Nope, it's going to be a second serve. Taylor Fritz is still 2 points away from winning this match. Thanks, Ghosty. Okay, we're in the rally here. On the backhand there. Ooh, Stan. Tried to go for a sort of backhand slice down the line and just went wide. And we have 2 match points for Taylor Fritz. He had 2 break points for a double break advantage. He then faced 2 break points for Stan to get it back on serve. And now he has 2 match points. And he's got a second serve to look at because the first serve from Stan goes into the net. Taylor Fritz, 2 match points. Forehand return, and it's a slightly mishit shot from Stan Wawrinka. Taylor Fritz has won 7-6, 6-2. Hi, Eduardo, who's joining us from the Facebook channel. Make sure you hit the like button, Eduardo, on the Facebook thing. We've got 2 likes on Facebook at the moment. Eduardo, if you hit that like button, it'll put us up to 3 likes on Facebook. And also hit the like button on YouTube if you're tuning in. But anyway, listen, regarding today's action, Taylor Fritz is through at the expense of Stan Wawrinka. I'm going to switch over to Dominic Thiem against Holger Rune. It's currently 1-game-all. Dominic Thiem is serving and has an advantage. So it's game point for Dominic Thiem. Dominic Thiem serving. Goes into the net on the first serve. Backhand return for Holger. Backhand slice from Dominic. Forehand Holger goes into the net. And Dominic Thiem leads 2-1. So they are on serve. at the change of ends. 2-1. So while it remains on serve, I will leave the poll open. I think it's fair that we can leave the poll open on YouTube until then, until a break of serve. And you can keep voting. Vote, vote, vote. Last I saw was 60-40 in favor of a Holger Rune victory in terms of predictions. But maybe you think Dominic Thiem is going to win. So if you think that, make sure you vote for Dominic Thiem. But if, like me, you see it being a Holger Rune victory, then vote Holger Rune. No, I don't think he is too old, Zan. I think it's more of a case of confidence, really. Form and fitness, I guess they all roll into the same sort of conundrum. But for me, it's pretty much all about confidence with Dominic, and it's just gone. And, well, will we see it come back? Don't know. Let me know in the live chat if you do see a Dominic Thiem return to form. When I say return to form, I mean winning titles, going deep at slams, basically. Okay. Let's have a quick look at the live chat. Hey, John, what was this tiebreaker final score? Do you mean between Stan and Taylor? Because that was 12-10. It was 12-10 to Taylor, that tiebreak score. And the overall score at the end of the match was 7-6, 6-2. There was 2 breaks of serve for Taylor in that final set. Okay, back here anyway. We've got a long backhand from Dominic Thiem has gone long. And so, Holger Rune serving 15-love. First service into the net. Thank you, Eduardo, by the way, on Facebook for liking it. If you are tuning in on Facebook, make sure you hit the like button, but you can also do the same on YouTube. 30-love now for Holger Rune. How's the poll going, by the way? The poll on, let me just have a quick look. As I say, I'll keep the poll open until someone breaks serve. 61% have gone for a Holger Rune victory. What about Cerundolo? Has their match got underway yet? Let's have a quick look. Cerundolo against Berrettini. Let me just have a quick look to see if anything is going on there. No, they've not started yet, I don't think. As soon as they start, I'll let you know. Okay. And it's 30-15. So far, they're on serve. I've gone for a Holger Rune victory today. I suspect he's the slight favorite for me, despite Dominic's possible renaissance. Who's your tip for the tournament? Is it Novak? Sinner is a tricky quarterfinalist. I've actually gone for Sinner. Decided to go with Sinner. I know Vanch as well as tipped Sinner for glory in Monte Carlo. That's an interesting stat from Robbie Koenig on Twitter regarding Taylor Fritz. Is 13-2 in tiebreaks this season. So clutch. Always been a trademark of his game. Interestingly, clutch in tiebreaks, yes. Not sure if he's always clutch in other parts of the game, but there we go. Okay. Here we are into a rally here, and Dominic is very much in the rally at 30-15 on the forehand of Dominic. He said his forehand last week, he felt a lot more confident on it in Estoril than he had been previously. So we'll see if that manifests itself today against Holger. It probably will have to be firing on all cylinders. What a great drop shot that was from Holger Rune. By the way, Holger Rune, was he a quarterfinalist last year in Paris? I think he was. And I mean Paris Roland Garros, because Paris Bercy, of course, he won the tournament. Backhand there from Holger Rune. Nice drop shot there, just landing over the net. Forehand return from Dominic goes long, and it's 2 games all. And yeah, 2 games all. As I say, I'll keep the poll open on YouTube until there's a break of serve. Because I think once there's a break of serve, I've got to close it. Because, of course, if one player, let's say Holger Rune breaks Dominic's serve in this particular game, that makes it a lot easier to make the prediction for the match. Dominic goes long on the first serve. Now it's a backhand return. Really aggressive backhand return that was from Holger Rune. Excellent backhand return. And it means it's love 15 on the Dominic Thiem serve. There we go. Cerundolo Berrettini. It's about to get underway. Dominic now. First serve in. Good first serve from Dominic, but it's a good return from Holger. Forehand Dominic goes way, way wide. Way wide there. And it's love 30 now on the Dominic Thiem serve. Patrick Mouratoglou there. Thumbs up from him for his protege, Holger Rune. Return speed for the first serve, by the way, was 135 miles an hour. Oh, Holger Rune is now love 40 on the Dominic Thiem serve. It's now love 40. Chased that ball down and won the point in the end. And that's a good reaction volley from him at the net. Love 40. 3 break points for Holger Rune. 3 break points. Clips the net there on the first serve, but it will be a first serve because it landed in. As Rune gets ready to return serve. It's going to be a second serve, I believe. I think that one went wide. Could be an early advantage here for the Dane. Okay, forehand return from Holger has gone long, I think. He's gone big on these returns. He's gone big on them. And to be fair, it's worked out pretty well because he's gone big and he's won 2 out of the 3 points when he's gone big on the returns. That time he went big and wide. But the aggressive returns are certainly a good thing for him at the moment today. Dominic, where are you going with this serve? You're going wide. That's where you're going. And they're in the middle of a rally right now. Dominic Thiem slice. That's a good forehand slice from Holger Rune. And now Thiem is in trouble in this rally. Thiem is in trouble, and it's a forehand winner from Holger Rune. And it means 3 games to 2 for the Dane. 3 games to 2. That means he has the break. And yes, excellent start for Holger. Mainly set up by 2 wonderful returns, helping him to break serve. And it's now 3 games to 2. Cerundolo and Berrettini are about to get underway. I'll take you through some of the scores that we had from earlier on today. We've had Medvedev winning in straight sets against Sonego. I know Jose Morgado on Twitter was drooling over the performance from Medvedev. And Medvedev, by the way, is going to play Sasha Zverev in the next round. Zverev was a straight sets winner over Bautista Agut today. So 2 very good wins for those 2 guys, and they are now going to meet in the round of 16. Taylor Fritz, by the way, emerging the winner against Wawrinka in straight sets, but that only just told the story because Wawrinka had 4 set points in the first set. It was a pretty epic first set, and it was a pretty epic tiebreak that Taylor ended up winning 12 points to 10. 12 points to 10, that tiebreak, which included 4 sets apiece. Taylor emerging the winner. And once he won that tiebreak, the psychological advantage he carried into the next set. He quickly raced into a 4-1 lead. Stan threatened to break back, but ultimately Taylor prevailed. So Taylor Fritz is through to the last 16 as well. I'm just having a quick look at Holger Rune's run to Paris glory last year. I'll probably share that with you on the screen in a second. Yeah, let's post that on Twitter, shall we? So yeah, any other results from today? Yes, we saw Sinner as well. He went through at the expense of Schwartzman. Schwartzman unfortunately had to retire injured, but was already very much under the cosh in that match. And any other matches that came from earlier? Lehetska beating is through. Lehetska winning in straight sets as well. What else has been happening today? I'll have a quick look in a second. I want to just refresh my Twitter feed so I can just look at this run from Holger Rune last year, by the way, that he had in Paris. It's a pretty tough run. He beat Stan Wawrinka, and I think Wawrinka had 2 match points, by the way. Hurkacz in the next round. Then he beat Rublev. Then he beat Alcaraz. Then he beat Felix. And then he beat Djokovic. I mean, boy, oh boy, oh boy. I know Alcaraz sort of retired injured, but Holger Rune was already up a set. And I think they were at a tiebreak or going, I think he was up a set anyway, Holger Rune when Alcaraz, or did Alcaraz retire? I know he had a slight injury in that match. Anyway, look at that run. I mean, I know Djokovic is ranked 7 there, but we all know that he was the de facto world number 1. And Felix as well was playing some of the best tennis of his career at that point, was probably the second best player in the world in those conditions at that point. I remember him winning 2 or 3 tournaments in a row, Basel among them, where he beat Holger Rune in the final, of course, I think it was. Okay, forehand Holger Rune here. We're back on in this match here. We're at 15 all and 3-2 to the Dane, although he has got a break advantage. Good forehand there from Dominic, but that's a good defensive, good depth there from Holger. Good backhand from Dominic. Nice backhand there from Dominic too, but really good defense here. Holger is moving around really well at the back of the court, keeping himself very much in this point. Oh, and really, really good defense really from Holger there, meaning that he's held that point, if you like, and he won the point 30-15 to the delight of his mother, who does a little fist pump. Three games to 2 to Holger Rune, 30-15. Cerundolo and Berrettini are just getting underway. And Taylor Fritz earlier on beat Stan Wawrinka. Make sure you hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. We've got a couple of people tuning in on Facebook. Don't forget to hit the like button on Facebook. And if you haven't hit the like button wherever you're watching and you haven't done so already, why not? We're trying to get to 20 likes on YouTube. I have no idea where we're at on that. Oh, it's time to close the poll. Time to close the poll. We've got 18 likes on YouTube. See if we can get to 20 ASAP. I'm going to close the poll, which is now there. Closed. We had, I think, about 60-40 in favor of Holger Rune to win this match, and now he's up a break. I think it's time to close it. Oh, there we go. 55%, 54% in favor of Holger in the end. Much closer than I would have anticipated. Anyway, that's done. Okay. Holger Rune leading 4 games to 1. Dominic Thiem serving at 2-4. He's gone long on that return, I believe, so it's 15-love to Dominic Thiem. Let me know where you're tuning in from, by the way. $15 now on the Dominic Thiem serve. Yep, Thiem is in trouble here. A breakdown. 15-all on his serve. Sorry, I just got a little bit distracted. Anyway, 15-30 on the Dominic Thiem serve, so could go a double breakdown. $15-40 now, so it's a 2 break points for Holger Rune. And Dominic Thiem has been broken again, to his disappointment. It's 5-2. And yeah, there we go. Do I think Matteo will win, Zanman? Thank you for asking. No, I don't. I have Cerundolo winning that match personally. I could be wrong. I think there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic for Berrettini. He's obviously got his clay court season underway with a win. Bearing in mind, for Matteo, it's been... Hola, Paulo. Paulo, eres de Chile? I can see Vamos Nico in the chat there, Paulo. Paulo, by the way, if you haven't done so already, please hit that subscribe button. Paulo, si no has hecho como suscripción, puedes suscribirlo dentro, bajo. Vamos a hablar un poco en español entonces. Weón, yo he vivido en Chile, en realidad, como 6 meses. He estudiado en Santiago. But I'm going to stick to English because most of the audience will be English. So please hit the subscribe button, Paolo, if you haven't done so already, and anybody else that's tuning in for the first time. We're trying to get to, let's have a quick look. Where are we? We're at 1,539 subscribers. Who knows? We might get to 1,550 by the end of this episode. Yeah, who knows? Serving for the set, though, Holger Rune is serving for the set at 5-2. So let's concentrate on this. There's quite a few empty seats there, by the way. Maybe the ticket prices have put a few people off. Mind you, if you're in Monte Carlo, I don't think you're put off by prices. Okay, backhand there to the forehand of Holger Rune. Boy, Has that turned out to be a winner from Holger Rune? It has. He is on fire at the moment. 5-2 he leads and 15 love. This forehand was scorching from Holger. Forehand scorcher. Okay, backhand return from Dominic there. Not bad. Forehand Dominic. Good forehand winner there from Dominic Thiem. He's double break down here, so it's a long, long way back for him if he's going to make a fist of it in this first set. I can see Berrettini has got his match underway, and he's won the first game on his serve. Medvedev winning in straight sets. Taylor Fritz also through as well in straight sets over Stan Wawrinka earlier on today. Yeah. And Holger Rune is leading 30-15. I'm going to commentate on the last few points of this particular game because it could well be decisive in terms of the first set. Dominic is really being outclassed at the moment. But Holger Rune, maybe is he the 4th or 5th favorite in the sort of Monte Carlo power rankings, if you like? Forehand there, Holger Rune. What a great forehand winner that is. And it's now 2 set points for the Dane. So I'm just thinking in terms of if we have a quick look at the world rankings, I'll go on to the Talking Tennis website and we can bring up the world rankings from there. Actually, I'll focus on that in a second. Forehand here, and he's come to the net, and he's won the first set, 6-2. Holger Rune wins 6-2. He is on fire right now. He is taking over the flames from Kecmanovic last week in Estoril. But yes, just having a quick look. Let's share some of the rankings here, at least on the men's side. I'll take us through some of these points. Yeah, dearie me, where are we going? There we go. Let's bring that up a bit higher on the screen. There we go. So yeah, Novak for me would be very much the main man really in terms of the power rankings here in Monte Carlo. I would have him as 1. I would go for Steph at 2. I would go with Sinner at 3. In my power rankings list for Monte Carlo. Probably Casper 4, Holger Rune 5, 6 Rublev, 7 Medvedev, 8 Zverev probably. Yeah, I'd have Zverev at 8. There we go. Maybe I'll even write that in the live chat for you. My sort of power rankings. I've got Novak at 1, Djokovic, 2 Tsitsipas, 3 Sinner, 4 Rude, 5 Rune, 6. Who did I have? I think I've got maybe Zverev needs to be ahead of. No, let's go Medvedev. Who am I missing there? Oh, I'm missing Rublev. Yeah, let's have Rublev at 6. Have Rublev at 6. 7th for me would probably be Medvedev, although it's really difficult to choose between him and Sasha. There we go. I've got 8 for you there. That'll do. That'll do. Yeah, that'll be my power rankings. I would suggest. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section, by the way. And don't forget to hit that like button. Okay, back to the tennis right now. Holger Rune winning that first set 6-2. For those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. We're trying to get to 20 likes on YouTube. It's 15 love on the Dominic Thiem serve, by the way. Oh, that's a wayward backhand from Dominic. 15 all. Yes, so for those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new. Let's have a look to see how many subscribers we've got. We're trying to get to 1,550 subscribers. And by the way, statistically, 50%, at least 50% of you who are watching right now have not hit that subscribe button. And it's such an easy thing to do. You're on YouTube, you're watching us right now. There's a subscribe button below the screen. Just click it. Okay, backhand Dominic, forehand Holger, forehand. Has that gone wide from Dominic? It has. 15-30 now. 15-30 on the Dominic serve. Let me know what you think about my power rankings. I will put my face back on the screen very shortly, but I just want to share my power rankings with you. Forehand Dominic, forehand Holger. An early break here for Holger, and it really might be a sorry end to the match, but we'll see. Good forehand there really good forehand from Dominic Thiem. 30 all. Really needs to hold serve. He can't let Rune. I mean, really, Rune, if he wins this first game, breaking Dominic's serve, he may well break more than just his serve. Okay. 30 all. Dominic Thiem serving. Thiem to serve again. Where are you going with this serve, Dominic? Oh, look at Holger. Really aggressive return that position there. But it's too aggressive. And it goes long. Rublev above Medi. Yeah. I mean, he's a former finalist here, Ghosty. Former finalist. By the way, what's this Ghosty? There's somebody was saying earlier that this person passed away, but he hasn't passed away. I don't get it, Ghosty. The subscriber, Lamberto. He's just changed his name or something, someone said. I'm very confused about that, but maybe, Ghosty, you can enlighten me on that one. You'd put Rude higher. You'd put Rude, so you'd probably put Rude above Sinner, would you? I just think, Ghosty, that the conditions, Ghosty, in Estoril last week are very different. Also, the opposition. By the way, Dominic has held serve, so it is 1-love. To Dominic. That was a big hold, especially as I think he was 15-30 down at one point. Yeah, I just think that in terms of my power rankings, I guess I don't have to justify Djokovic being at number one. Steph, I understand if people are not convinced about him in terms of his form and his fitness as well. Yeah, very curious, Ghosty. But thank you, yeah, for letting me know. Seems like a fake. There we go. So, just regarding my power rankings, anyway, yeah, I can understand if you're not sure about Steph at 2, but obviously being a double winner here, and let's assume that his health is fine. Yeah, Ghosty, yeah, indeed. Third, Sinner. So you'd have Rude above Sinner. I just think that Rude has really not done much since the ATP Tour Finals until last week. Yeah. Oh, by the way, look at Berrettini racing into a lead. I was writing off Berrettini earlier, and he's already a breakup on Cerundolo. So there we go. Maybe I've got that one wrong, but we'll soon see. So yeah, that's that. Sinner, I just think, I don't know. For me, I've tipped Sinner to win the tournament, Ghosty. How about that? Oh, what a passing shot from Dominic Thiem, bringing up 15 all. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. I just think that the conditions as well in Estoril, I don't know if they'll be repeated. The opposition too, of course, is going to be much stiffer. And Casper Ruud has never won a Masters 1000. And okay, he got to the final in Miami last year, but I don't know. For me, he's behind Sinner in terms of fitness and form right now, or form in particular. Holger Rune, I've got at 5th. Don't seem to think that's a fairly comfortable position for him. He's obviously not quite in the favorite section, but yeah. Rublev, yeah, for me, has to be ahead of Medvedev and Zverev. His clay court pedigree is ahead of Medvedev in particular. He was a quarterfinalist at the French Open last year. I think he was also a quarterfinalist in 2020. So, plenty of clay court pedigree in terms of the French Open, but also he was in the final here in 2021. So for me, Rublev has to be a bit ahead of Medvedev in terms of pedigree and this tournament, etc., etc. That's a nice little volley there. Is it enough to win the point? No, it's not. But it is eventually. And now Holger Rune has 40-15. For me, I was pretty comfortable with Djokovic, Tsitsipas, Sinner, Ruud, Rune, Rublev. My only doubt was whether to put Medvedev 7 and Zverev 8, or Zverev 7 and Medvedev 8. The Daniil Medvedev Sasha Zverev match is a real chance for a statement comeback win for Zverev, even if Daniil isn't a clay king. Sinner will think he can take Novak this tournament if that match happens. Yeah, maybe. By the way, I've got the doorbell ringing. Sorry about this. I think it's my cleaner.
Hola, John.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien.
Oh, perdón. Estoy trabajando aquí ahora, pero cuando necesitas vienes aquí, ven.
Ya sabes.
Si tienes preguntas, pregúntame.
No, voy para ti.
Vale. Si necesitas algo, avísame.
Vale.
Gracias. ¿Cómo está? ¿Bien?
Bien, muy bien.
Cuidado. There you go. You got a bit of how about that? You got a bit of live action there of me having a quick chat. Back to the tennis anyway. It's 1 game all, and Holger Rune is on fire right now. That was a lovely little ding volley there at the net. You have questions about Tsitsipas' health, Ghosty? Yeah, by the way, just Ghibli, I just want to talk about your suggestion of it being yeah, I know what you mean. I think if it was on a hard court, and it did nearly happen, by the way, in Indian Wells, it was very close there. And I agree. I think we're going to see where Steph's shoulder is in terms of this tournament. I really think you're right. What do you think about my power rankings, by the way, Ghibli, for Monte Carlo? For me, the only question is just whether you think Medvedev and Zverev. I'm pretty confident on the other ones. I'm not saying that's who I tip, by the way. I'm not saying that I think that Tsitsipas will make the final and he'll get beaten by Djokovic. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not even saying that I think Medvedev will beat Zverev. I actually think Sasha will beat Medvedev. How about that? But power rankings, of course, is just sort of where they're at right now. And really, it's kind of also, not just that, it's also throwing in a bit of pedigree, throwing in a bit of history at this tournament. But it's kind of ignoring gut feelings, if you like. So my feeling is that maybe Sinner is in a slightly good place at the moment. And so actually, I think he's got a great chance of beating Novak and therefore winning the tournament. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'd be interested to know what you think, Ghibli. Ghosty, thank you for the compliment regarding my Spanish. In fact, we did talk in Spanish off air. Our entire conversation off air was in Spanish. In terms of when we met, we had a very brief chat. We also had a bit of a chat for 5 minutes afterwards, actually about his brother, because his brother is quite a sporting family. His brother played for Barcelona. Miguel Angel Nadal played for Barcelona in Spain, as well as Mallorca too, Real Mallorca. And so we spoke about that because he nearly joined Manchester United, my beloved Manchester United. La Bestia de Barcelona, the Beast of Barcelona. And by the way, Berrettini is up a double break on Cerundolo. So although 3 of my 4 predictions for today are looking pretty good, in that I had Taylor to win over Stan. I also had Daniil to beat Sonego, and I've got Rune to beat Thiem. Those 3 look like they're going to happen. My prediction of Cerundolo to beat Berrettini, question marks. Ooh, that was a good serve from Dominic, but Holger is questioning it. He's not sure. He's not sure, Holger. 30 all it does look like. Holger's not sure. Is he going to change his racket? He doesn't know where he's going. Is he going off court? Is he staying on court? Is he questioning the point? He's just getting his what do you call it? The tension thing. Yeah, Ghibli, what do you think about my my power rankings? What are your thoughts? Be interested to know. Shall I put my face back up on the screen? Does that disrupt things a bit? Maybe a little bit. Dominic going big on the forehand there, and he's reaping the reward. 40-30. Yep. Yeah, Ghosty in terms of Rafa. I mean, he really could have been a soccer player too, I really think. But yeah, I just think his tennis is probably on another planet. Matteo's a bigger forehand and serve than Cerundolo. Argentine maybe has better movement and a less size. Yeah, that's a fair point, Ghibli. I just thought the form of the 2 players suggested a Cerundolo win and a really good forehand winner there from Dominic Thiem, meaning it's 2-1. Should I have Berrettini or Cerundolo on my list for the power rankings of 8 players? Maybe not. So Dominic Thiem leads 2-1. Listen, I thought Dominic's chance of this match may come in the first set. I thought if he's to win this match, Dominic had to win the first set, but who knows? I remember thinking a similar thing. Yeah, so what have we got here, Ghibli? I think you're probably supporting Ghosty in that maybe I'm going a bit too big on Rublev. Hard to put Rublev ahead of Daniil, as Andre is not so established on clay that he should override their respective forms, but Andre can show he's at with a good showing here. Yeah, and also you mentioning the Rude thing. It looks like you and Ghosty are on a similar page. Maybe I'm repeating some of the things. The reason I have Rublev at 6 and therefore ahead of Medvedev and Zverev, and Medvedev is kind of the point. Rublev, Medvedev on clay, it's Rublev for me. Rublev against Medvedev, I know on pretty much, certainly on a hard court, is Medvedev all day long. I think he's only lost once to Rublev on a hard court. But Rublev was in the final here 2 years ago. Don't forget. And he beat Rafa Nadal en route to that final. Can you imagine Medvedev being in a Masters 1000 clay court final and beating Rafa Nadal en route? And this is the Rafa Nadal of 2021. I know he lost to Novak that year's French Open, but, you know, that is impressive. Medvedev has never even come close to that kind of performance, achievement, and landmark win on clay that Rublev has had. So, yeah, what is Sinner's clay court pedigree? Agree, Ghibli, but, you know, he's much closer to Rafa than Medvedev is. He's played him twice at the French Open and very, very nearly won that first set. And his form right now. So it's a little bit of everything, if you like. And I really think Sinner might well win this tournament. I don't think Medvedev is winning this tournament. Has Medvedev beaten Novak on clay? Really? Really? Let me have a look. Medvedev, Djokovic, head-to-head. If anything crazy happens in this Thiem Rune match, I will let us know, of course. So I'm just going to have a look at the head-to-head now between Novak and Daniil, though maybe you're doing it some. So it's 9-5 in favor of Novak. And let's have a quick look. They've never played on. Oh, no, you're right. Here in Monte Carlo, no less, in the quarterfinal of 2019. Thank you, Ghibli. Ghibli, your reward, by the way, for that is the opportunity to send in to become a member. Ghibli, you can become a member and get some extra exclusive content from Talking Tennis. There's I've pinned it in the live chat if you want to become a member, or anybody for that matter, by the way. John, your argument, Ari Medi's clay stats is a good one. I just have more faith in his big match presence than I do Rublev. Yeah, fair point. And listen, these are all fair points. I just feel I was pretty confident about that first six and the order, if you like. Ghibli's brought his A game. Indeed, he has, Ghosty. Yeah, I'm pretty confident about that first six. My only doubt really was Medvedev or Zverev 7 and 8. I think Medvedev is on clay is better than a lot of people suggest. You know, I can see him reaching quarterfinals, semifinals here, for example. But if you told me Medvedev is going to be in the final on Sunday, I would be surprised. If you told me Medvedev is winning, I'd be extremely surprised. If you told me that Novak was in the final, that Steph was in the final, that Yannick was in the final, that Casper or Holger were in the final, even Andrei Rublev, because he was in the final here 2 years ago, they are all slightly less surprising for me than Daniil Medvedev. But hey, listen, I'm stacking my reputation perhaps on the line here, and I may well have to eat clay on Sunday as Daniil Medvedev lifts the trophy. Okay, back to the immediate and right now. It is Holger Rune is 1-2 in this second set and 30 all. Holger Rune serving. So Daniil Medvedev, Thiem, that's a good return. Some good depth there on that return. But he's being pushed all around the court here. A bit of a sort of a semi-moonball there. What a forehand winner from Holger Rune. His forehand is on fire today. 40-30 now to the Dane. Can we get to 1,550 subscribers? What are we on now? Have we going to reach 1540? Are we going to reach 1540? We're still, yes, we're on 1,540. Nice. So we're just 10 away from this new figure that I've created of magic. There we go. Look at that. I'm off the screen. You know, I'm just hiding behind the screen like the Wizard of Oz. If you have one, is it red, green, or grey? If you have to eat one or the other, give me a second to think about it. And Holger Rune holds serve, so it's deuce. If you have to eat clay, red, green, or grey, I mean, there's no grey food, right? So, yeah. And it's sort of, yeah, no. Let's go red. Let's be traditional. And I'm a United fan. what a strange answer, I know. But there we go. Even though Novak doesn't tend to do well here, I get why you've put him first with concerns over the others. Yeah, for me, also power rankings is slightly different to who you think is going to win the tournament. Because by the way, I have gone for Jannik Sinner to win the tournament. It's not saying I think Novak will win the tournament. It's just, you know, making an argument for Novak to win the tournament is probably the easiest argument to make. I think the reasons that Stefanos Tsitsipas won't win are greater than the reasons Novak won't win. It's more about the questions regarding the opponents, as you suggest. Sinner has never won a Masters 1000. It would be the biggest title of his career. And when he has come close, he's been threatening more on the hard courts in Miami, for example, than he has elsewhere. Of course, he was in the semifinals in Indian Wells recently, and he was in the quarterfinals last year at the US Open. Okay, anyway, 2 games all. 15-love Dominic Thiem leads. He's mishit that backhand, though. And it's 15 all. Who remembers, by the way, that Dominic Thiem, Rafa Nadal quarterfinals in Melbourne from 2020? What an insane that match that was, and what an insane performance. And the Dominic Thiem, the Dominic Thiem of 2020, boy, oh boy. Really until the ATP finals that year. I mean, he was also sensational there. I remember as well the match against Rafa there, 7-6, 7-6, was the best straight sets win of the year in terms of level from both players. Just insane. Okay, 2 games all, 15 all. By the way, if we get any breaking news, I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again today. If we get any breaking news, Rafa and Barcelona, I'll let you know. I will be in Barcelona next week, and I will be in Madrid the week after. So, yeah, I'll be in Madrid for Talking Tennis, and I'll be in Barcelona for Talking Tennis as well. I'm arriving in Barcelona. Oh, Dominic Thiem. Backhand down the line. Excellent. 30-15. Yes, I'm going to be in Barcelona next week for Talking Tennis. So that is something to look forward to. For me, at least, anyway. Maybe for you too. Hopefully, I'll be able to bring you some decent content there. I hope you enjoyed the content I was able to provide in Estoril last week. If you enjoyed that content, hit that like button on any of the videos that you've been watching. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new. By the way, just having a quick look at a tweet from Robbie Koenig. Of course, I interviewed Robbie last year regarding Taylor Fritz against Rafa Nadal. We did an end-of-year show regarding some of the matches of the last 12 months, or the 12 months from in 2022, and we spoke together. He's really waxing lyrical about Taylor Fritz in terms of his performances in tiebreaks this year. Ghibli, I can tell you now that my Catalan is pretty non-existent, unfortunately. So I hope they're not offended if I dip into Spanish from time to time. Dominic Thiem has held serve 3-2. By the way, if you missed the tiebreak today between Wawrinka and Taylor Fritz, it was epic. It's a pity because I guess if you do end up watching it, you'll know the result of the match as well. But if somehow you can, well, you know now because you can see it on my screen, but what an epic tiebreak that was. 12 points to 2 it was. 12 points to 10. 12-2, that would be an interesting tiebreak score. Okay, yes, so there'll be plenty of content coming from me from Barcelona. I'm arriving on Thursday morning, so don't start shouting at me on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week saying, where is your Barcelona content that you promised? Because it ain't coming. I won't be there till Thursday morning, but I'll be covering that tournament for Talking Tennis from Thursday morning until the end of it, of course, on the Sunday, and then I'll be in Madrid the following 2 weeks. I'll be in Madrid in time for the qualifiers, by the way. Liam Brody will be in those qualifiers, so that's something to be excited about. Liam Brody is going to be trying to qualify for Madrid. Liam has sort of mentioned his clay court pedigree. I mean, Liam is not in my power rankings, let's say, for Madrid, but in my top 8 or 10. But he's had some good performances. He qualified for Roland Garros a couple of years back. So we'll see if we can get an interview with him at some point in Madrid. And I'll be in Madrid for 2 weeks covering all that. Ghosty, thank you very much. I'm really pleased that you enjoyed my Estoril coverage. I had a lot of fun out there, as you can tell, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Listen, let's move away from Robbie Koenig's tweet, as interesting as it is, and let's get some of the scores from right now. Cerundolo, by the way, has got one of the breaks back on Matteo. He was a double break down, but he's managed to get one of those breaks back. There we go. That fits quite nicely, no? Me just below Matteo. Look, my head is just below Matteo's name. As Cerundolo is serving, we've got the nice clear scores there and the round of 32 and the courts that they are on. You can see my little face and also an urge, a request, a suggestion, a plead asking you to subscribe to the channel, because we need subscribers. We've got 4 likes now as well on Facebook. How many likes do we have on YouTube? We're trying to get to 20 likes. I don't know if we're anywhere near that figure right now. I've closed the poll, by the way, of who think's going to win between Dominic and Holger. It ended up being quite close, the poll. Actually, it was 55-45 in favor of the Dane. Talking of which, he has a 30-15 advantage in this service game. We've got 22 likes on YouTube. Nice. That doesn't mean to give up on the likes, but we're going to keep going on the likes. But it's great to have reached or exceeded the 20 mark. Okay, Holger Rune serving 30-15. It's going to be a second serve for Dominic Thiem to look at. Dominic now at the net. Ooh, what a forehand that is from Holger Rune. By the way, his forehand today has been sensational. If Stan and Dominic are being replaced by Lorenzo and Steph. Yeah, well, Steph's backhand, yeah. Yeah, Steph's backhand, it's beautiful at times, but it's erratic. The only time I can really remember that backhand just being solid was against Rafa in Australia in 2021. I mean, he actually won that match with a backhand down the line that just summed up just how good his backhand was that day. What about Steph, by the way? I mean, the draw at Roland Garros could be crazy. I mean, right now, Rafa is world number 15. If he plays one or two tournaments before, he might be back in the top 10, but I don't see him being in the first 4 seeds at Roland Garros, which means who knows where he could be. I mean, we may have a round of 16 between Rafa and Novak, or Carlos and Rafa, or who knows. So we're going to probably have Carlos and Novak as seeds 1 and 2. So they'll be on opposite sides of the draw. And then Rafa will end up falling on one side or the other. Holger Rune has held serve. So it's 3 games all now. Yes, Ghosty, but he had a double break, by the way, Berrettini. But it's now just 1 break of serve. He's serving for the set. Those of you just joining us, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Just some people in the crowd having a quick look. I don't know who that is in the baseball cap there. What do we think about this situation? What do we think about the situation, Ghibli? Hey, what about Berrettini taking up the role of backhand king, Ghibli? The thing is, Tsitsipas's backhand is just, I think it will forever be a weakness. By the way, when I interviewed, last year, I interviewed, what's his name? Sorry. The former analyst guy for Novak, Craig O'Shaughnessy. I interviewed him just after the ATP Tour finals, and he said of all the shots in that tournament, as in like, forehand, backhand, volley, smash, return of serve, etc., of all the shots available in the 6, 7, 8, 9 shots, drop shot, whatever you name it, that is sort of on the table. The worst player with the worst shot, in his opinion, was Stefanos Tsitsipas's return. So there we go. Yes, he is the epitome of inconsistent, Chapeau, yeah, but that's a good shout. Yeah, I mean, his whole game is up and down, isn't it? But yeah, what about that scathing analysis of the Stefanos Tsitsipas game? Of all the shots, if you said that there were 10 shots in tennis and we had 8 players in that tournament, so there's like 80 variations, so to speak, the worst was comfortable for him to say was the Stefanos Tsitsipas return. That's what Craig thought. He was also pretty critical of the Rublev temperament, but I guess that's a bit more public knowledge than Steph's return. Anyway, Berrettini is serving for the first set. So my prediction of Cerundolo to win that match is in trouble. And Dominic Thiem and Holger Rune are on serve in the second set, albeit though 15-30 now on the team serve. So this could be an interesting point. Dominic tries to go down the tee with the first serve, but goes into the net. Hey, Liam. Hope you're having a splendid day soon. What do you think? What does everyone think in the chat, by the way, about it's a double fault from Dominic Thiem? 15-40 now, 2 break points. What does everybody think? Yeah, so Ghosty, Tsitsipas' return of serve. Hopefully you understand what I mean. We had 8 players at that ATP Tour Finals, and Craig O'Shaughnessy said if there were 10 shots that we all sort of regularly have, forehand, backhand, serve, return of serve, drop shot, volley, and I'm probably missing a few, slice. And by the way, Steph's slice is not amazing either. Ooh, Dominic, are you going to win this point? Holger's making you work for it. It's a smash for Dominic, and he's got it back to 30-40. He said that Steph's return of serve was the worst of all the different variations. By the way, just seeing Dominic, as that ball was waiting for him to have the smash, I was reminded of 2018 quarterfinal, Rafa Nadal, Dominic Thiem, 2018 quarterfinal at the US Open. And it's match point for Rafa, and Dominic has a smash, and he goes long on the smash. And Rafa wins the match. Anyway, second break point here for Holger Rune. Dominic goes into the net on the first serve. Ghibli, submit an article to Talking Tennis. We want you on Talking Tennis. Ghibli, I want an article from you. Give me an article on anything, and I'll put it in my features section. Ghibli, I think we're connected on Twitter, right? I think your name is different on Twitter. Send me a direct message on Twitter. Oh, ho, ho! What has gone on there? So I need to collect myself here. What's going on? Has Dominic won that point? Or I think Rune went wide on the backhand. So I think it's deuce, ladies and gentlemen. I was a bit confused. Just clip that line there. Rune wasn't sure. So we're back at deuce. Sorry, I was getting a bit carried away. What was I even talking about? Oh, yeah, Ghibli. Send me a message on Twitter, a direct message. You see moments when Steph seems to find his block return. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I just got to get back to this. 30-40. Maybe he called a let. Maybe it was a let called on that last point. I don't know why. Anyway, 30-40. Dominic Thiem, second serve. Forehand return from Rune. It's not that big. Good depth there from now we've got another sort of smash opportunity, albeit he's going to let it bounce. And Dominic Thiem gets it back to deuce. Yeah, Ghibli, I don't know if you're in the middle of writing it, but send me a direct message. Or at least let me know what your Twitter handle is. I think we are connected on Twitter, Ghibli. We'd all read that. So anyway, you see moments when Steph seems to find the block return. But I mean, listen, we can all do a block return. Maybe it's because the rest of his game, with the exception of the backhand, is so good. But has that gone in? Is that a forehand winner from Dominic? I think it is. Yes, it is. Dominic Thiem, game point. Was facing 2 break points a minute ago, and now he's got game point. It's just too many holes in Steph's game, but it's too many holes. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh. I mean, he's the world number 3 right now. Cerundolo to win Summit. Summit, by the way, nice of you to join you. Send me a direct message, Ghibli. It would be great to have you on the channel sometime, or on the podcast, or whatever. Ghibli, you're in the UK, I think, as well. I'm always looking out for people who can attend tennis tournaments on behalf of the channel. So maybe if you write an article or two, I can probably see if I can swing you a press pass. But send me a DM, or just let me know what your name is on Twitter, and we'll have a chat. Yeah, the umpires are calling it in Monte Carlo. Oh, Cerundolo's breaking back. I see what we're talking about here. Yes, Summit, he was 5 love down. No, he was 4 love down, sorry. It was a double breakdown, and now they're back on serve. Thank you, Summit, for subscribing, by the way. Be like Summit and subscribe to the channel. Yeah, he was a double breakdown. I think it was 4-love rather than 5-love. Ooh, Dominic missing that volley at the net. Deary me. Deary, deary me. Oh. We're just a baby in the YouTube world, but we're now up to 1,450. I don't think we're going to make 1,550 today. I don't think we're going to be able to do it. But you know what? There are people watching right now that are not subscribers. Can you believe it? Break point, Holger Rune. Dominic goes down the tee with the first serve. Forehand, Dominic Thiem. Forehand, Holger Rune. By the way, Holger Rune's forehand has been on fire today. Now it's up to Dominic. Good forehand there from Dominic, and it's won the point. And I think he's ran into a ball girl, has he? Holger Rune. I think she's probably hurt her wrist, has she? It was an accident. There was a slight collision between I'm not sure. Oh, it's a line judge, sorry. So a line judge and Holger Rune have had a semi-collision. I think she's okay, but she is going to get a bit of attention for her wrist. By the way, in the midst of all this, I hope that they don't forget that it's actually going back to deuce now. Unless they're going to call a let for that point. Let's have a look at the replay here. So I think basically, as he's really deep on the court, he's really far back, and he's taken a swing for it, and he's caught her wrist. But he's so deep, he's almost up against the wall. They may have called a let for that. No, they haven't. They have given the point to Dominic, which is probably the right decision. Deuce. I think she's okay. She's going to have a bit of treatment, but she's okay. Forehand, Dominic goes into the net. An unforced error on the forehand side there, meaning another break point for Holger Rune. Are you a fan, Ghibli, of Hawkeye, or do you prefer the sort of more traditional way? I think it's Madrid that uses Hawkeye, by the way, in terms of your questioning. Backhand return from Holger. Good backhand there from Dominic, and it's enough to force the error from Holger Rune, and it's back to deuce. Cheaper. Do you think Monte Carlo's being cheap, Ghibli? Maybe. You're absolutely right, Ghosty. Oh, by the way, Cerundolo's now 5-all against Berrettini. Deuce here in this second set. Really big game this is turning into, bearing in mind the number of break points that Holger has had. What about that game between Holger Rune last week? And by the way, our team has just put a forehand in the tram line. So there's another break point for Holger Rune. What about that? Sumit, your English is fine. What about that game between Holger Rune and Novak Djokovic last year? It was the game of the year. It was almost 20 minutes. I think it was the game when Holger Rune was serving for it, and about 6 break points. I think it was 6 break points that Novak had on the Holger serve, but Holger was so clutch. Except, and Holger Rune's broken serve, a backhand error from Dominic Thiem, goes long, 4-3 now. Holger Rune leads with a break of serve. Yeah, that game, Cerundolo's on fire, Summit. Yeah, that game last year at the end of that match was. Yeah, it was pretty special, and I think on one of the two, I think, match points that Holger had, he double faulted. Maybe I'll post, because I've got a video of my commentary clipped up for that as a short or something. Let me see, where are we? Yeah, it's a short. I'll post it in the live chat of me talking about that game. Holger Rune, take a bow. Yeah, there we go. I can take this off mute, by the way. Maybe. Right. Anyway, before I confuse the audience, that's not live, obviously. That's from last year. By the way, there's some interesting action going on. I'll share this on the screen as well. Oh, by the way, Cerundolo is now serving for that set. Cerundolo's on fire. And by the way, Ghibli, what was that you were saying about Cerundolo Berrettini and Berrettini having too many weapons or something? My prediction of I could get 4 out of 4 today, by the way. 4 out of 4, my predictions. I mean, maybe they weren't rocket science predictions, but still. Look at this, by the way. I'm just going to share something on the screen in a second. Some tomfoolery, if we all know that word. Tomfoolery going on in Monte Carlo. I'm going to show you right now what that tomfoolery is. Make of it what you will. Dominic Thiem is love 15, by the way, right now. Look at this. What do we make of these? What do we think about these rackets? A new racket's coming out. Okay. What do we think about this for the ATP Tour using these rackets? What do we reckon, guys? Do we think the players should have rackets this big? Let me know in the live chat. Do you think with a racket this size, maybe Steph's return would improve with a racket this size? Who knows? Anyway, is that drop shot going to work? Not quite. Oh, Holger Rune, take a bow. Echoing my sentiments from last year. So, listen, away from the tomfoolery, back to the matches that are going on right now. Boy, oh boy, what a day of tennis this is turning out to be. We had that epic tiebreak earlier between Taylor Fritz and Stan Wawrinka. And now we've got an epic first set that's unfolding, albeit that I've got Dominic Thiem, Holger Rune in front of me. This epic first set where Berrettini was 4-love up with a double break. Cerundolo has not just got it back to serve, he's broken again, and he's serving for the first set. If the drama was to continue and Berrettini was to break back, boy, oh boy, what is this going to do for Berrettini's confidence, which does seem to be pretty low at the moment anyway. Anyway, I'll get back to commentating on Thiem against Holger Rune. It's a double fault from Holger, so 15-30, a chink of light perhaps for the Austrian. Yeah, Thiem is still in his 20s. I think he's like 28, I would guess, Dominic Thiem. My guess, he's 29. 29. The Austrian. Okay, 15-30. I mean, Dominic crushed Gasquet in the previous round, losing just 5 games. Holger comes into the net. That's a class half volley from Holger at the net, 30 all. Stretch. Backhand returns. Good first serve from, it's a good 1-2 that from Holger Rune. From 15-30, he's now up 40-30, 2 points in a row for the Dane. Yeah, I mean, that first serve was excellent, and it helped give him the opportunity to put it away. The rackets, John Isner's old rackets. Hi, Janie. 2 of our members are in the live chat today. And it's game for Holger Rune. 5-3 now. Holger Rune. He's 1 game away from a spot in the last 16. Maybe I'll have a quick look at the draw to see how that is panning out. Maybe Monte Carlo, Open Tennis, Masters Tennis. Let's go on that. And Cerundolo's won that first set. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. 7-5, a double breakdown at 4-love. And he ends up winning the first set 7-5. What is that going to do for Matteo's confidence? Tell you what, if Matteo's to come back and win this match from here, boy, oh boy, that would be impressive. See if I can find the draw. Don't know if I like this website. I'm on the Monte Carlo Masters website. Tournament, maybe. Scores, media. Maybe live scores, results, draws, maybe. Okay, yeah, let's share this screen. Take a bow, Cerundolo, indeed. Take a bow. Ghibli, your analysis normally spot on, but yes, I'm very pleased. Well, I don't really. I like both players in so many respects. By the way, team is 15 love. If we get anything crazy going on with Dominic Thiem and Holger Rune here, i.e. a match point or something, but it's 30 love to Dominic Thiem, thanks to a really healthy first serve. Can first serves be healthy? I think you know what I mean. Yeah, so let's just have a quick look. I'm just going to have a quick look at the draw to see how that's panning out. Djokovic, Musetti tomorrow. Bring it on. Hurkacz, Sinner. Sinner's the favourite for me there, though, given Hurkacz's pedigree on the surface. And Hurkacz really, I mean, that was an epic match over Jack Draper yesterday. 3 sets. And Hurkacz is, by the way, super tight. I mean, how many tie breaks is he going to be involved with this year? Medvedev, Zverev, that's tasty. The winner of these 2 matches going on right now. A Dominic Thiem, by the way, is 40 love up, so you're not missing anything right now in terms of this game. And it looks like Holger's going to have to serve it out. So it could be, 40-15. It could be Cerundolo, Holger Rune in the next round, which I think would be interesting, but I would make the Dane the favourite should that manifest itself. Rublev, who's been getting a bit of criticism in the chat today, or maybe I've been getting the criticism for putting him so high in my power rankings at 6. He's up against Khachanov. I would make Rublev the favourite for that. And Dominic Thiem has held serve, by the way, so it's 4-5 or 5-4 because Holger Rune is going to have a chance to serve it out. Struff, by the way, the qualifying king, Jan-Lennard Struff, he's been on fire in qualifying for many tournaments this year. I remember in Australia in particular where he didn't drop a set during his qualification campaign. Although, having said that, once he's reached the tournament, he's not necessarily pulled up any trees, but he's pulled up a couple of trees in this tournament, knocking out the Spaniard Ramos Vinolas, followed by Dimonor in the next round, and his reward is Casper Ruud. Casper Ruud has to be the favourite there, though. So we might have Casper Ruud against Rublev in the quarterfinals. Taylor Fritz is going to play Lehecka. On a hard court, Fritz every day. What is Lehecka like on clay? Maybe Ghibli can let me know. I'm just not sure about his clay court pedigree. What I do know is that Lehecka in 2023, I mean, is he going to make the top 20? I wonder where Lehecka is in the race, by the way. He's probably in the top 10 in the race for the ATP Tour Finals. Don't know. Jarry, of course, who won the title in Santiago. There is a Nicholas Jarry talking tennis video out there. We did a half-an-hour show on the Chilean, which was for members only. You can become a member by clicking the pinned note in the live chat. You can become a member and get to enjoy that video and many, many more things that are exclusive for members only. Tsitsipas is going to play Jarry. Tsitsipas has to be the favorite there, I would imagine. Yeah. So that's that, is it? Is that? That's that. That's some pretty tasty round of 16 matches. Possibly none more so than a repeat of the French Open quarterfinal between Djokovic and Musetti. Of course, they met in 2021. Okay. Holger Rune serving for the match. Backhand Dominic Thiem, backhand Holger Rune. You'd think that Thiem is going to have to stick to that backhand of Holger's today because that forehand of his has been on fire. He does mix it up now. Now he's going to the forehand. And he's going to the forehand again. Does feel like he's playing with fire. And now it's the forehand of Holger Rune. It's just constantly on the forehand. Now backhand Holger Rune. This is turning into a bit of an epic rally. We're probably at the 20-shot mark. Holger Rune goes for the drop shot and it doesn't work. Goes wide. Love 15. Holger Rune serving for the match. Holger Rune goes for the drop shot, and it went wide. How many subscribers have we got now? 1,541. 9 off the 1550 mark. Anyway, tennis. Backhand return. Forehand. Holger Rune is a forehand winner. I feel like I've been saying that quite a few times today. 15 all. Okay, Ghibli, thank you for that. That's the kind of knowledge I need. So he's won some challenges on it. Okay. Losing to Rublev, though, there's no shame in that. I just think that Steph wins it. I just think that the fitness concerns over Steph maybe are not so serious. Listen, I'm not buying all of this. I had to play Indian Wells. I had to play Miami. If you're not fit, you don't play. Simple as that. Certainly those two tournaments where I don't think he was ever likely to emerge a winner anyway. Nice rally this, and it ends with a backhand from Rune into the net. 15-30. Little fist pump there. No, so I would have Steph winning that one, Ghibli, but we'll see. So far, I'm on target for my 4 predictions today to all come true. We'll see. One thing regarding the 4 matches that we have been covering, none of them have gone to 3 sets, and yet they've all been intriguing or even very exciting at times, especially that tiebreak between Wawrinka and Fritz earlier. Okay, forehand now from Holger Rune. Oh, Dominic Thiem! The Dominic Thiem of 2020 just came to life for a few seconds there with that backhand pass. I mean, Rune did get a racket on it, but now it's 2 break points for Dominic Thiem. Listen, I'd be more than delighted if Dominic Thiem proves me wrong today and does win this match, or even just takes it to a 3rd set. Still, long way away from that right now, but he has got 2 break points. I have a pretty flat game, Ghibli, and I really like playing on clay, just for what it's worth, which is probably not very much. It's 30-40, by the way, so Rune has saved one of those break points. Yeah. As we reach a climax in this match or set, 1 hour, 30 minutes on the clock, just approaching 6:30 in the evening in Central Europe, or Central European time, I should say. Backhand return from Dominic Thiem goes long as he airs his frustration. Deuce. Saving 2 break points there, Holger. Ghibli, send me a DM on Twitter. I need to speak to you. Deuce. Holger goes down the tee, but goes long. I'm not sure if he's relying on the tiebreakers, Ghibli, but I know what you mean. Forehand, Holger Rune. Backhand slice from Dominic. Forehand, Holger Rune. Forehand, little slice, sort of defensive shot there from Thiem. Thiem on the backhand goes into the net. It's going to be match point for Holger Rune. Berrettini, by the way, and Cerundolo have exchanged 1-1 now in that first set. Second set, sorry. Yeah, agree. You can make your serve a weapon, and I think Zverev does that. None more so than in Madrid, of course, where he's been a 2-time finalist. I think he lifted the trophy there, didn't he, in 2021? Rune, advantage Rune, beating Berrettini in the final, who also has a pretty effective serve on clay. Not today, perhaps, but forehand, Dominic Thiem. Good depth there on the forehand. Forehand, Dominic Thiem again. Forehand, Holger Rune. You would imagine if this is a forehand exchange, Holger Rune will end up the winner, but we'll see. Oh, Dominic Thiem backhand. Dominic Thiem into the net. Doesn't put it away. Should have done. Dominic Thiem smash. Dominic Thiem smash doesn't get put away. Dominic Thiem volley. Whoa, what a point. What a point. Deuce. I see Anthony Hopkins look-alike in the crowd clapping, among others. Boy, oh boy, that smash, by the way, again, I had memories of that Rafa quarterfinal in New York. But in the end, he didn't put it away, but at least he didn't put it out like he did that day. That 5-set match, which included, by the way, a bagel. A bagel. Dominic Thiem bageled Rafa Nadal, but Nadal won the match. So there we go. Interesting anomaly as well. We've done that match is Thiem won more points than Rafa, like Medvedev did, by the way, in 2022 Australian Open final. 2 matches in which Rafa didn't get as many points as his opponent, but emerged the winner, winning the big points, of course, such as that deciding set tiebreaker. Back to the present, we are at deuce. We are at deuce, ladies and gentlemen. Holger Rune, forehand return. Holger Rune, forehand, what a winner that is from Holger. Listen, the crowd, I'm sure, are hoping for a bit more drama and perhaps a third set and perhaps even many people supporting Dominic, but they also respect and understand the quality from Holger. Even the umpire is just sort of, Carlos Bernardes there, just, maybe he's just nodding along going, yep, too good. Match point number 2 for Holger Rune. Indeed, indeed. Sorry, Dominic. Sorry, Dominic fans. Might get to speak to Carlos Alcaraz next week. Let's see if I get a chat with him in Barcelona if he plays, which I expect he will, and if he makes it as far as Thursday, because I won't be there until Thursday. But I expect both. Oh, Holger Rune on the forehand error there, going in the tram line. We're back at deuce. So that's today's match. Rune has 0 aces and 3 double faults. This is what I mean about Holger being a step behind Alcaraz and Sinner, both of whom can find an ace on pressure points. Rune needs to improve his serve. And yet, yeah, but I remember during those indoor hardcourt matches last year, his serve was insane. But, yeah, and he was clutch in the final. He was clutch really all through that run. Earlier on, I tweeted that run. Listen, if it goes to 5-all, let me know, and I'll try and put that run up on the screen. I had up earlier that he had in Paris Bercy last year. Forehand return from Dominic. Forehand, has that gone out? No, it's a winner. It's a winner from Holger Rune. Boy, that was close. Match point number 3 for Holger Rune. By the way, Scandinavian tennis with Holger Rune from Denmark and the Norwegian Casper Ruud, basically, in the upper echelons of men's tennis. And yet it's the Swedes that are absent. If we think about Scandinavian tennis, it was always Swedish, whether it was Bjorn Borg, Stefan Edberg, etc. Magnus Norman, of course, who's the coach of Wawrinka these days, back again. I think he's the coach of Wawrinka, isn't he? Yeah, Magnus Norman. He sent me an email actually the other day. He's done it. Game set match, Holger Rune, 6-2, 6-4, ending it with a forehand winner, which may well have clipped the line. And forehand winner being the name of the day. He wins in straight sets. Dominic Thiem, bless his heart. I still think we're in a better position with Dominic right now than we were a few weeks ago, but this is the moment really for Dominic where he's going to have to get back on the horse, so to speak. I'll try and bring that run up on the screen at some point, but so through to the next round, Holger Rune, 6-2, 6-4, he wins. And let me know what you think in the live chat. Well, we'll be switching to Cerundolo against Berrettini for the final match of the day. And yeah, let me know your thoughts on Monte Carlo, any of the matches today, but particularly Holger Rune's win. Can Holger Rune win the title? Yeah, I don't have him winning it, but maybe you do. Maybe you'll think I'm insane as well for thinking that Yannick Sinner's going to win it. Let me share a couple of things on the screen from my Twitter feed. You want to see see the kids with the big rackets? Do you think, Ghosty, do you think with these rackets you'd stand a chance? You can have these rackets, and the rest can have the rest can. I think we should have a match between Ghosty with a racket like this, and Djokovic has to play with a ping pong bat, basically, but they use a tennis ball. Okay, so that run that Holger had to the final in Paris-Bercy last year. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that run. Stan Wawrinka, okay, he was currently ranked 153, but Wawrinka had match points in that match, lest we forget. And yet Holger emerged the winner. That was the beginning of the needle between the two, which has continued into this year, although I did see them in a photo with Novak last week together. Then, this is where it gets insane, though. He then beats Hurkacz, the world number 10. Andrei Rublev, the world number 9, and who ended up making the ATP Tour finals. Then Carlos Alcaraz, no introduction needed, and the world number 1 thanks to his win at the US Open. Then Felix Auger-Aliassime in the semi-final. And by the way, Felix's ranking may have been 8, but for me, during this period, he was the second best player in the world, Felix, in terms of indoor hard court. Probably, as we look at the overall period, you may well put Holger at number 2 in the indoor power rankings at the time. But at this point, I think Felix was on a run of three tournaments in a row, I believe. I know Basel was one of them. Can't remember what the other 2 were. But also he was in a period of not losing his serve for about 80-odd games as well. And Holger beats him, and then the de facto world number 1. He wasn't there in the rankings at the time, but we all know why. Djokovic in the final. So what about that for a run? So, yeah, that was that. And let's get his little image of him winning today up on the screen for you so you can enjoy that. Before we get over to the Cerundolo match. There we go. Hi, Casey. Yeah, ghosting. Djokovic would still beat you, maybe. Casey thinks that's funny as well. For those of you just tuning in, by the way, the reminder is there for you on the screen. We are 9 away from 1550. Why have I chosen 1550? Not sure, because it's not really a magic number, but you all get the message. Become a subscriber so we can continue bringing you content such as this. And you know what? The more subscribers we have, the bigger chance I have of getting press passes and therefore bringing you content like I brought you last week in Estoril, and content that I'll be bringing you from Barcelona and Madrid in the coming weeks. That's really what it's about. Getting out there, getting to speak to players, bringing you top content, hopefully content that you can enjoy. It's all pretty much completely free. You just come along, you click on the subscribe button. You're welcome to send in super chats if you wish to donate to the channel. You can also become a member as well and help support the channel in that respect. But just by tuning in and hitting the subscribe button, it's not too much to ask, is it? So yeah, that's where we're at in terms of that. Yeah, so let me know what you thought of some of these matches in the live chat, by the way. Ghibli here saying, Ghosty just talking about that Paris run. It was awesome indeed. Ghibli, I would guess Hubie has had a better break percentage in previous years in the past, but maybe he's always been, yeah, Hubie Hurkacz we're talking about there. Of course. Do you think, Sumit, that it's going to be straight sets now for Cerundolo? Quite possibly. I will switch my attention to that match shortly. In the meantime, I'm going to run through some of the matches from earlier today. By the way, Cerundolo and Berrettini are currently on serve in the second set. But of course, Berrettini blowing a double break advantage that he had. This is the Talking Tennis website, by the way, which I can post for you in the live chat for those of you that are interested in checking out our website. It's got a load of our old video contents on there, but we've also got news articles on there. I can give you a quick tour of the website right now, actually, if we have a look around. Have a quick look at the features section, for example. I think the most recent feature we had, was from regarding how to beat Novak Djokovic, after an interview we did with Craig O'Shaughnessy, telling us that Holger Rune has set out the map and the manner that you can do to beat Novak Djokovic. I know Craig was particularly frustrated with Tommy Paul in Australia, saying, look, why is he doing this? Tommy Paul, by the way, had a sort of semi-answer for that by saying it's not as easy. I would love to have come to the net a bit more, etc. But he just wasn't able to. By the way, Berrettini is 40-15 on his serve. Just put a forehand into the net in the Berrettini-Cerundolo match. But yeah, a little guided tour of our website. Let's go to the homepage here for you. As you can see, all the live scores will appear across the top of the screen, including Berrettini-Cerundolo right now at 2-2 in the second set. And also some of the other scores that have occurred today, which I can just sort of have a quick scroll through. For those of you not sure what's been going on today, Kachanov winning in straight sets over Ivashka, Lehetska doing the same with Dimitrov. Sinner overcame. Unfortunately, Schwartzman had to retire with a shoulder injury, although he was a set and a breakdown at the time. Jarry overcoming Popperin in 3 sets, the Santiago winner. And we have a video of Damien and I talking about Nicholas Jarry for members only. Casper Ruud winning in straight sets. Casper Ruud, that's his first match. I think he was given, obviously, a few days off after winning last week's title in Estoril. Matteo Berrettini, by the way, has held serve for 3-2. Yeah, so Casper Ruud threw in straight sets, as was Sasha Zverev. Zverev is through in straight sets, just like Medvedev. So Zverev and Medvedev will play each other in the next round. Exciting. Musetti as well against Djokovic tomorrow as well. Let me know what you think about that in the live chat. Holger Rune, we've just seen him see off Dominic Thiem in straight sets. And Struff, the qualifying king, winning in straight sets over Alex de Minaur. Berrettini having a chat with the umpire there. I'm not quite sure what that's about. But yeah, you can go to the website, have a little tour here. You can see, obviously, the exclusive interview we had with Tony Nadal recently. All of our video content. Also on the right-hand side, all the latest tennis news, as you can see, via my Twitter page. Oh, we've got some merch as well. Go and join the merch. Get yourself a Talking Tennis mug, Talking Tennis t-shirt, hoodie, you name it. You can get it. It's all there for you to check out, even a notebook, should you wish. Some old videos as well, including an interview with a Nike former tennis director, letting us know about the Nike situation. Some of the news, I spoke to Dominic Thiem last week. I managed to shove a microphone in front of his face, and he was very kind enough to offer his thoughts after his win over Ben Shelton, where he said his movement, general feeling, but particularly the forehand, he said, was working much better. Didn't quite work to his favor today, where he lost to Holger Rune, but there are some chinks of light, perhaps. I guess we can't say much more than that for Dominic Thiem at the moment. Wow, what a view this is of the Monte Carlo harbour. I guess we're pretty close to the Monte Carlo Grand Prix. I don't think it's happened just yet. I guess in a few weeks we will have that to look forward to. If you're a Formula One fan, I used to be a big Formula One fan back in the day. Not so much anymore. So yeah, that's the Talking Tennis website. Go check it out. I can even pin that, or not pin it, I'll just post it in the live chat. And then we'll get back to this match between Cerundolo and Berrettini. 30 love on the Cerundolo serve, by the way. Look at this image of the Monte Carlo harbour. How about that? Let's have a quick look at the live chat. It's 30-15, by the way, on the Cerundolo serve. Let's have a quick look at some of your comments in the live chat. I need to address some of those after that little tour of the website. Fritz has really stepped up, says Ghibli. That's good intel, Jane. Yeah, I mean, what did Jane have to say? Sinner at 27% return games won. Interesting. Kyrgios Rune, I would see that, yeah, on a hard court maybe, or perhaps grass as well. What do we think about the grass court season, by the way? What are we anticipating there? I mean, Berrettini seems to be a long way off where he was a year ago, and he's the sort of go-to man after Novak. What are we thinking from Medvedev? Medvedev did pretty well on the grass last year. It was a pity, of course, he wasn't able to play Wimbledon. This year he will be able to play. So maybe Medvedev can do something there. Maybe. I think it's all about the draw at Wimbledon. You're in the opposite side of the draw to Novak, let's say, as Berrettini dumps a forehand wide, and that's 3 games all. You put a. Shall I make this the main picture? I know Janie likes to at least have my face somewhere on the screen, but look at that for an image, albeit it's 3 games all now. Anyway, yeah, I mean, it's all about the draw for me. If you avoid Novak, if you're in the opposite side, if you're at Wimbledon and you're in the opposite side of the draw, by the way, Francisco Cerundolo, his coach, his surname is Pastor. Maybe some word from above helped Cerundolo come back in that second set. Who knows? It was a pretty miraculous recovery from 4-love down, double breakdown, and Cerundolo ends up winning the set 7-5. I mean, he won 7 out of 8 games. Oof, Berrettini's forehand misfiring. The thing is, if Berrettini's forehand is misfiring, oof, that leaves him with his serve, basically. And on this surface, it's less potent, of course. Yeah, just final thing. I know we're on the clay, so I won't get too far ahead. But yeah, regarding the grass, if you are Andy Murray, for example, I just saw his name pop up in the chat. If you're Andy Murray and you're on the opposite side of the draw, who knows? Andy Murray could make a Wimbledon final if he's not playing Novak in round 1. That's the problem. You can be Maxime Cressy and you play Novak Djokovic. You can be Felix Auger-Aliassime, for example, playing Maxime Cressy last year in the first round. But Felix could go out in the first round or he could make the final. That's probably the best example is Felix, because he is 3rd or 4th best player at times on that surface. Hurkacz maybe as well. Problem is Hurkacz at slams. You can't trust him. Okay, live chat. What's going on? Maybe you're responding to some of my crazy comments. Don't know. Ghibli here. Kachanov Rublev double masterclass doing its thing again. Fritz Rune winning matches. Kachanov and Rublev. I probably should have caught up with this. Showing some love for Kachanov and Rublev there, Jane. Backhand Berrettini doesn't go into the net. That's good to see. Forehand Berrettini, winner. Fist comes up. Because, yeah. By the way, the backhand from Berrettini. Oh, I guess if Berrettini was at the ATP Tour Finals, maybe he would say Berrettini's backhand over Tsitsipas's return. Some of the worst shots amongst the top 20 or 30 players I'm going to throw out there. Novak's smash. Okay? Some of the let's do that actually, as we're looking at a sort of a lull in proceedings. If we get a break point in this game, I'll return to it. But I'm going to say, here we go. Novak. Okay, this is not in any particular order. Okay, Novak's smash. Steph's return. I'm going to put that over the slice and the backhand in general. I think the backhand can have some very good days. Steph's return, Berrettini's backhand. Rafa's serve, I guess. Rafa's serve, I suppose. That's the glaring weakness. A forehand winner there from Berrettini. What other shots stand out among the upper echelons? Carlos's serve, I guess. Alcaraz serve, yeah. I'm just trying to think if I'm missing anything. What about Zverev? Second serve. Under pressure. It's a bit specific, that one. What else do we have? Yeah. What else am I missing? I'll post this on the screen anyway as a bit of inspiration for you. See what we think. Sinner's drop shot. Okay. Interesting. Sinner's drop shot. Any other ones in here? Ghibli, I'll be interested to hear what you've got to say regarding this. Felix was awesome against Rafa last year, or some year at Roland Garros. Yeah, it was last year, Ghibli. No, I mean, Felix on clay. I mean, that was just an exceptional. I mean, he did have two exceptional matches because he really pushed Novak in Rome as well. Yeah, I'd be interested to know what. So we've got Sinner's drop shot as well. We can add to the list potentially as well. Novak smash. Yeah. (4-3). So, or 3-4, I should probably say, because Cerundolo is serving in the last match of the day. (3-4) on the Francisco serve. Bring that up for you on the screen like so. Okay, 30 love on the Cerundolo serve. So the Argentinian is on his way to holding serve to make it 4 games all. Medvedev volleys. Okay. Nice shout. Down the tee. Forehand winner there from Cerundolo. So it's 40-30. Sorry, 40 love. Sorry to give Berrettini 2 more points there. Medvedev volleys, yeah. I mean, the Medvedev backhand slice on grass. Rublev's temperament, yeah, good point. This is quite funny. I wonder if we're going to lose subscribers because of this. We're at 1541 on the subscribers list. Maybe somebody's in love with some of these players and their particular traits. Game Cerundolo. So it's 4 games all. Four games all. Berrettini's managed to get the double break. So Zverev's modesty. What do we think about Zverev's comments last week regarding the Nadal match? I didn't take it too not seriously. I mean, some people that went for him pretty big, saying, you know, he probably shouldn't have said that because, you know, he lost and Andy Murray's hip, yeah, but also because it was against Rafa and the fact that he was already losing at the time. Yeah, but he did have a chance. He had a chance. You know, that they go to that tie break. Yeah, he had a chance. Let's say that. I think that's fair. I think he didn't say he would have won. Oh, Berrettini, you lucky boy there with that net cord. Berrettini, lucky, smiling. Rafa's bathroom breaks. Yeah, at the end of every set. You could say the same for Steph, although perhaps that's a strength for those two players. Kyrgios's coaching, Kyrgios's relationship with his box. What's the main hole in Kyrgios's game? I guess it's the sort of what's the way of putting it? The lengthy rally exchanges from the back of the court. You know, I remember that final against Novak last year, and as soon as the rallies were going 4, 5, 6 and beyond, and it was just a rally from the back of the court, you just knew. I mean, it's partly because Novak is the best probably of all time in that department, but also because Kyrgios just, you know, he loses patience, but he also doesn't have the quality, if you like, to stand with the best in the world, in my opinion. Not just Novak, but some of the other ones. Good forehand winner there from Berrettini, bringing up 40 love, by the way. Yeah, rally tolerance. That's the expression I was looking for. Thanks, Ghibli. Poster lost his shoe delivery. Yeah, but I think you're pointing out some strengths now, Ghosty. Or is he bad on the... I think he's delivered the shoot pretty good. Steph's social media post, that's a good weakness, definitely, yeah. What about Carlos? I mean, I mentioned his serve, but even his serve has got pretty good. Good. What about... Is that a good return, was it, from Cerundolo? I think it was. Wasn't sure if it was a double fault, that's why I'm saying that. Let me have a look at the rankings. Cam Norrie, backhand. Taylor Fritz, backhand as well, I guess. Holger Rune is his patience. Let's say Holger Rune, his biggest weakness is his lack of patience. That's the thing that jumps to mind there. Rublev's toolbox. How about that? Oh, it's 40-30 now, by the way, on the Berrettini serve. Rune's toolbox. Carlos is the trickiest one because I think even his serve is pretty good these days. And the rest of his game, I mean, the touch at the net, the volleys, the backhand is not bad. Pretty good, I would say. It's top 10. The forehand, insane. The returns of serve, insane. Shot selection, patience, rally tolerance. Okay, here's one for Casper Ruud, by the way. I know there's a lot of other things that people might highlight with Casper, but for me, it's the transition from defense to attack, or even neutral to attack. It's just not there for Casper, in my opinion. I know there's other elements of his game, such as his backhand and his serve. Cerundolo's gone long, by the way, so Berrettini has held serve 5 games to 4. That was a pretty good rally, by the way. Yeah, I'll come to the live chat in a second. We're at the change of ends right now. Berrettini's done well to sort of mentally, if you like, get this back, I think. Norrie's ball toss. What about, who is it? Is it Les Loger with the really crazy ball toss? Who's the one with the crazy ball toss there? Del Bonis. Alcaraz's haircut or haircuts. He's had 2, I think, hasn't he? Sort of let it grow out a little bit. What about Steph's clean cut look as well? It just doesn't seem to suit him. Fritz's charisma. Yeah, I understand, Ghosty. Yeah, there are some concerns about that, but we'll see if it persists. Yeah, all good points, Ghibli. We'll see. I think it's probably a little Federer's birth control. Listen, let's see how it goes over the next 12 to 18 months, if you like. I mean, I'm just trying to think. Since Carlos has emerged, when was Carlos's first slam? I'm just trying to think. He was at the US Open of 2021, wasn't he? I'm just wondering, I mean, how many slams has he missed? I don't think he's... Let's having a quick look. Carlos Alcaraz. Here we go. Wikipedia. I think he's only missed one, hasn't he? Since he's been on the ATP tour. So what's that? What does that mean? In the Australian Open of 2021, he made the second round. He went out in the qualifying round. But let's say from 2021 until now. Oh, absent. Okay. So from 2021, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Grand Slams. He's missed one in Australia. It's not bad. It's okay. It doesn't seem to be that abnormal for me. That's how I would view that, at least. Cerundolo, by the way, has brought up 40 love, so he's 3 game points now on his serve. So it's just a little early to start going crazy about the health. With Rafa, for example, I think it was worse at this point of his career, and it also got worse in his early 20s. Interestingly, his late 20s, if you like, were much healthier than we probably anticipated for Rafa, at least from memory, compared to the early 20s, at least. 5 games all now. Berrettini, Cerundolo. Guess what? It was a backhand. Berrettini erred on the backhand. Shock. Yes. So, we are in the deeper parts of this match. And it's 5 games all. 15 love on the Berrettini serve. Forehand Matteo. It's enough to win the point. It's a big forehand. 30 love. Doodle-doo. $40 love, Matteo Berrettini. For a 6-5 lead. Been much more solid in this set than the first. I mean, how many breaks of serve were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 5 breaks of serve in the first set, if I'm right. 2 for Matteo, 3 for. So yeah, 5 breaks of serve out of 12 games. And I think it's been none in this set. It's been just holding serve, holding serve, holding serve. On the Court des Princes, or de Prince, I think. Something like that. My French is not that great. Matteo holds serve 6-5, so Cerundolo is serving to stay in the second set, and Matteo is obviously hoping for a decider. He's done well to ride out the storm, bearing in mind how the first set went. For those of you just tuning in who are not aware, Matteo Berrettini was up a double break in the first set, but somehow managed to engineer a loss in the first set. Somehow. From 4 love, he ends up losing 7 of the next 8 games to lose that set. Remarkably, 7-5. But he's just 1 break of serve away from making it 1 set all. Yeah, Ghibli. I mean, there's 3 or 4 factors. Luck is arguably the biggest factor. The way you look after yourself, the way you train, the way you eat, these are all factors as well. It's why, I think of footballers, soccer players such as Paul Gascoigne. Yes, bad luck, but also you don't look after yourself, these things are going to happen. And when I say look after yourself, it could also be playing too much, not training right, whatever. Can be training too hard, maybe. It's not always about a lack of motivation. It's maybe not doing things correctly. But fortune, genetics as well, just the way we're built and what we're good for. And the thing with tennis is it's such an unnatural movement. It's full of so many unnatural movements. It's not like soccer, for example, which is really, obviously, of course, you've got the main thing with soccer is the contact. But other than that, you know, things like soccer and running and this kind of thing, and swimming to a large extent, most of them, with the exception of the contact moments in some of these team sports, it's the serve, for example, is just such a biomechanical wonder that it's kind of a surprise, but we don't have more injuries, wrist injuries, you know, that's, if you get wrist injuries in a sport, it's telling you, and if you're doing things correctly still getting the wrist injury. Talking of doing things correctly, Cerundolo did not do his backhand correctly there, and it is 15 all. A little stretch. Oh, this is a official program from the Estoril Open from last week, which I got courtesy of the press pass. And I've got press passes also for Barcelona and Madrid, so I'll be bringing you some top content from there. Ooh, good forehand winner there from Matteo Berrettini, 15-30. You're right, Ghosty, but I think we might be going a little bit far to suggest he might have been up there with Messi and Ronaldo, but he was certainly a very talented boy. Some funny stories, though, with Balotelli. Okay, 15-30. Backhand return from Matteo. Forehand Cerundolo. Forehand Berrettini. It's a good forehand from Matteo. Backhand slice from Matteo. By the way, his slice on the backhand isn't too bad for someone who's generally fairly weak on the backhand side. Forehand Matteo. That's the thing for him on clay. You might be thinking of, an attempt at a drop shot from Cerundolo doesn't work. Goes into the nets. 2 set points for Matteo Berrettini. Regarding Matteo, I mean, take the backhand, for example. I mean, you would normally think it's funny how good he is on grass regarding the backhand, because he's got less chance to run around it, if you like. Whereas on clay, at least he can run around it. But anyway. And is Berrettini's return top? It's just funny because all the things that we associate with being good on grass, the return, the volleying, the slice, I guess it's the movement he must be particularly strong at on the grass. By the way, he's just wasted one of those break points with a forehand. Going wide. So, second set point, 1 hour, 41 minutes on the clock, just ticking past 7 p.m. Set point number 2, Berrettini to return. It's a backhand return from Matteo, and listen, Cerundolo there, obviously going for the backhand on that serve. 3.5 hours we've been broadcasting for so far. His slice isn't too badly smashed by Epic. Forehands on clay except Rafa, but it isn't just a weapon, as it doesn't stay low enough. Yeah, it's probably not a weapon, you're right, but it's just not bad. Forehand return from Matteo Berrettini. Forehand again, Matteo Berrettini. Backhand, Cerundolo goes into the net. And Berrettini has another break point. Or set point, I should say, sorry. It's a break point and a set point. ¿Quieres venir aquí? Ven. Okay. I'm just going to have to move out of the living room for a few seconds. It's back to juice, by the way. Gracias. How about that? There's a little bit of a maneuver here. So we are at juice now, and we're on to I think it's the second or third juice of the match. Tell you what, if Berrettini comes back from this, that will be impressive. Let's have a quick look, see what's going on in the live chat. Indeed, good shot, Matteo. That was an excellent backhand slice down the line. Yeah, exactly. Good backhand slice down the line. Bringing up set point number 4, I think, for Matteo. Set point number 4. If you hear any background noise, by the way, that's my vacuum cleaner going off.
Sí, claro.
Oh, that's all. We're back at juice, by the way. In fact, we're now at advantage Cerundolo. So it's a game point for a game point now. To make it a tie break. And he's got it. We're at a tie break. 6 games all. 6 games all, ladies and gentlemen. We are into a tie break. How do we see this going? Could be game, set, and match for Cerundolo, or we could be going into a third set. Berrettini, of course, having chances there. He had chances. A couple of Argentinians seem to be very happy in the crowd. So, tie break. Where is your money lying, ladies and gentlemen? What do you think is going to happen? I wonder if... I'm still going Matteo. I went for Cerundolo to win the match, but I'm going for Matteo in this tie break. What's this, Ghosty? Don't I live in Germany? Yeah, I live in Germany. Have I said something that suggested otherwise? You mean because I was speaking Spanish? Yeah, we have Spanish speakers here too. Anyway, to the tie break. Here we go. Berrettini wins the first 2 points of this tie break, as I suggested. So it's 2-love or 2-0. Do we say 0 or love? I'm not sure. Anyway, 2-love for the Italian. He's eked out an early lead, including a break. Cerundolo to serve. Cerundolo serving at love 2. And it's now love 3 or 3-love to the Italian. Cerundolo hands on hips. Berrettini to serve. 3-love. Berrettini, where are you going with this serve? You are going to the forehand of Cerundolo. Forehand of Berrettini. Forehand Cerundolo. Forehand Berrettini. It's going to win the point, isn't it? Berrettini comes into the net. It's not won the point yet. He has now with a volley. 4-0. Matteo Berrettini. Dominating proceedings right now. 4 points in a row. Of course, if he's 4-0, it's got to be 4 points in a row. Let's have a quick look at the live chat, by the way. What are you guys thinking? Spanish-speaking cleaner, Ghibli. She is from Colombia. Anyway, back to the tennis. 4-0, Berrettini serving. Goes to the backhand of Cerundolo. In fact, it's 5-0 now for Matteo Berrettini. 2 serves for the Argentinian. Needs to win both of these points at the very least. At the very least. What a swing. I wouldn't say the tennis has been gripping, but in terms of the point scoring... Ghosty. What do you think? I got a place in Spain? I mean, I do spend time there. I lived in Spain for 3 years. Lived in Chile for 6 months and Costa Rica too. It's 6-0 Berrettini at the change of ends. Deary, deary me. Deary me. So it's 6 set points for Matteo Berrettini. Takes a swig of his water bottle. I mean, he could be swigging champagne. 6-0. 6 set points. Cerundolo to serve. This will be the comeback of the century in terms of this tiebreak. Be interesting to know how many people have come back to win a tiebreak having been 6-love down. Backhand return, forehand. The backhand's gone long, so it's 6-1. So the comeback is beginning. It's on. 6-1. What is the percentage? I mean, it's probably less than 1%. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen it, put it like that. I don't think I've ever seen anyone come back from 6-0. It must have happened. And I bet I've seen 1,000 tiebreaks. So that's 0%. Anyway, here we are. Might be happening today. 6-1. Berrettini. He's got it. He's got it. 7-1. An unreturnable, I think it was. It's difficult to see, actually. But 7-1. I'm going to come to the live chat to see what you guys have got to say. I'm off the screen at the moment. Let me bring my head up for you like so. So, now we are going into a third set. I said Cerundolo would win the match at the beginning. Let's have a quick look at the live chat to see what you guys have been saying, because I have been neglecting you. I do apologize for that. Matteo making his case to trump Steph's return in your worst player, Ghibli. Yeah, perhaps, but of course he ended up winning that. Some compliments for French and Argentinians, it seems, coming from Ghosty. Okay, some comments. Interesting. Total dominance indeed. Wow, Cerundolo playing too loose. Did you play tennis in Costa Rica? No, I didn't, Ghosty. I lived in Costa Rica for 6 months. I met a girl out there and ended up staying. Yeah, that was the Costa Rica thing. And Chile, I was studying in Chile. Did a semester out there as part of my master's. Berrettini yelling, he's jacked indeed. Indeed he is. I'm just having a quick look at some of these stats from the first set. It lasted almost an hour. Let's tweet those stats out there, shall we, to the masses. Of course, the only stat that matters is that we're into a third set. Who is the favorite right now as we head into this third set, by the way? Yeah. Probably Berrettini. I guess. There we go. Some stats for you up on the screen. No, really, if they mean too much, some percentage stats there, but of course we can also see the scoreline. Berrettini yelling. Yes, indeed. I'm looking at that right now. He's a very relieved boy, bearing in mind. Tell you what, mental strength. Maybe Berrettini we're underestimating it. I mean, the way he lost that first set being a double breakup, to recover from that and hold his serve throughout the second, and then obviously crush that tie break. Hats off. Hats off to him. So we're into a third set. I guess the momentum now is with the Italian. Talking of the Matteo Berrettini scream. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Ghosty. Yep, he's jacked, all right. Who's getting some treatment here, though? Is it Berrettini getting a bit of medical treatment? Hopefully he's okay. Looks like he is getting something. Might just be a pick-me-up. Some plasters, maybe. Or a couple of tablets. Anyway, I'm sure he's a happy boy. First serve one differential was massive. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. But yeah, I guess I make Berrettini favourite now. But listen, I went for Cerundolo before the match began, so I will stick with that, if you like, so to speak, if you know what I mean. But for me, yeah. But I think Berrettini's okay. He's getting a bit of, as I think I'm showing on my screen right now, a little bit of a talking to there from the medical person. Medical person? Sometimes it's always difficult to find the right words. But one set all. But the momentum is all with the Italian right now. All with the Italian. Berrettini, I'm a monster on the tennis court despite my team's... Very good, Ghosty. Very good. Let's share this with you now so we can see that up on the screen. By the way, it gives us another set. It gives me a chance to get close to that 1550 subscriber goal, which I doubt we'll meet today. But it is incredible to think that, you know, we'll have had, I don't know, we may have had 1,000 people tune in today. 1,000 people. If just 10% of those 1,000, if 100 people had subscribed, that would give me a huge boost. Do you think Berrettini can win a slam? Has the window closed? No, window has not closed. And we all know the slam that it's all about, which is what made the COVID he got at Wimbledon last year so crushing for him, his fans, but even for neutrals such as myself. Regarding Berrettini, I'm neither a fan nor not a fan. I think the guy's quite a nice guy, as it turns out. But yeah. Okay, where's our money on now? As I say, mine's on Berrettini. In terms of this match, Cerundolo's on the verge of a comfortable hold. Which doubles match, Ghosty? I'm not across the doubles today. Let's have a quick look across some things. Which doubles match are you talking about? Let's focus in on some of these scores from today. So, Cerundolo is won that first game, so he is up 1-love, which would be a relief to him in terms of steadying that ship. Holger Rune there winning in straight sets over Dominic Thiem. The second set was much tighter than first. I think really the forehand from Holger was just on fire today, which helped that win, of course. And Dominic Thiem, I'm not sure if he's going to be in Barcelona or Munich. Not sure what his schedule is. Let me know in the live chat if you do know if Dominic is heading to Barcelona. If he's heading to Barcelona, I might see him if he can hold on until Thursday. I will be there covering the tournament for Talking Tennis in Barcelona, and then I'll also be in Madrid for the following 2 weeks too. Taylor Fritz winning in straight sets over Stan Wawrinka. That match was all about the tiebreaker, and I'm guessing now I know what doubles match you were referring to. I haven't even checked the live chat, but you mean this Kulov-Skupski match against Khachanov and Rublev. I see, 14-12. Indeed, in the tiebreak. That's even eclipsing the tiebreak that I was just touching upon there between Wawrinka and Taylor Fritz earlier, which Taylor Fritz won 12-10. Sensational tiebreak and a sensational set in so many respects. 4 set points apiece at various points throughout the set. Oh boy, what a rally this is turning into be, by the way. Berrettini's gone long in the end on the forehand, meaning 15-all. Yes, so what a tiebreak that looks like between Khachanov and Rublev on one side of the net and Kulov and Skupski on the other. Of course, Kulov and Skupski are the double specialists, ultimately emerging winners there. Who's going to emerge the winner between Cerundolo and Berrettini? Let me know in the live chat. As I said, Holger Rune, forehand on fire. Taylor Fritz winning that tiebreak. That's what that match was all about. Medvedev, I think Sonego's day, if you like, was yesterday when he saved those 4 match points. Sonego against Ugo Humbert. And his run came to an end at the hands of Daniil Medvedev, the number 3 seed. He will now play Sasha Zverev in the next round. How exciting is that? Are you pumped for Medvedev, Zverev in the last 16? Who's your favorite? Who are you tipping? I'm going to go for Sasha. Sasha, by the way, had a really good straight sets win earlier over Roberto Bautista Agut. That's a really good win, if you ask me. Khachanov winning in straight sets over Ivashka. Lehecka, also a really good win for him. He's having a sensational 2023. I'd love to know where he is in the race, by the way, Lehecka. I'm not saying he's going to be in Turin, but he's having an excellent 2023. And he's won in straight sets today over Dimitrov. Sinner was up a set and a break over Schwartzman, but Schwartzman did eventually retire with a shoulder injury. Fingers crossed that doesn't turn out to be too serious. By the way, Berrettini is 30 all on his serve at the moment. Love one down in the first set. Jarry, the Santiago champion winner. So he won in 3 sets over Popperin today. Yeah. I'll just take you around the... We've got game point for Berrettini. So just taking you around the YouTube channel here, just showing you that. Berrettini Kyrgios final win. I'm not so sure about that, Ghosty, if I'm going that far. But yeah, just to show you some of our stuff, let's say. Some of my stuff from Estoril last week there. The last sort of 5 videos, we can see the Tony Nadal injury, the Tony Nadal interview from last week as well. And some of my stuff from when I was at the Nadal Academy, a members only video there. There's a clip from the Tony Nadal interview that I released early for members only, was this one here. That we can see, but I've also got another reason I wanted to come to this page was the Nicolas Jarry show we did for members only from a few weeks ago. See if I can find that on here. Here we go. There we go. That's a members only video. You can become a member and you can therefore get access to that Nicolas Jarry video, but we've got plenty of others to come in the future, which will be for members only. Berrettini now has an advantage and therefore a game point, by the way. Yep. So that's that. That's our YouTube channel, which you hopefully will be familiar with. And if you aren't, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Oh, that's nice to see that. We've got, Nick and Damien. Yeah. Nick, Damien and Mario. They are going to be doing weekly shows throughout the clay and grass court season, which you can see on the screen right now. Nick will be doing a WTA weekly roundup every Sunday evening. And Damien and Mario will be doing the same, but on the ATP side, a weekly roundup as well. So, of course, their most recent shows were for the men was Rude, obviously winning in Estoril, and Tiafoe was in the US tearing things up. Although I think at the time of going to press, Tiafoe had yet to win, but was all about the weather, of course, dominating play there. And then on the women's side, Nick's roundup where he interviewed Hanlon. Great thing there. You can check that out. A lot of love and respect, of course, for Jabeur. I don't know how you feel about Ons and her clay court season and what's to come. Is she going to be able to threaten Iga? And if she's not, who can threaten Iga at the French? Let me know in the live chat who you see as being the second favorite at the French Open. For me, it's Krejcikova. That's who I would say is second favorite right now. We'll see how the clay court season goes. Stuttgart will be very interesting as they sort of kick off there next week, I believe. And I think Iga should be returning for that. And then, of course, Madrid the week after. And hopefully I'll get to interview some of the players there because I'll be covering that for the channel. Anyway, let's get back to this Cerundolo-Berrettini match where they are on serve in the deciding set at 1 game all. And there we go. Who's David Crosby? Maybe I should know David Crosby. Oh, an American musician. Sorry, wasn't familiar. There you go, live and learn. One game all. Cerundolo serving 30-15, by the way. Hanlon's cool. Hanlon is cool. Make sure you check him out and check out his doubles team with Will Buchek. I think they have a website, they have a podcast, and all sorts of stuff as well. Hanlon Walsh. So yeah, there'll be a weekly show for the WTA roundup and a weekly show on the ATP roundup. But pretty much from now on in until Wimbledon, not every Sunday, but like most Sundays, might not do one, probably won't do one during the French Open. But other than that, I think every Sunday evening European time. So it'll drop. It'll be live for you guys, depending on where you are. If you're in Eastern time, it'll be early afternoon, early to mid afternoon, probably. If you are on the other coast, California, which I think is Pacific time, it should go live around about lunchtime or maybe slightly earlier. Of course, Billie Jean King Cup is the main thing. I might have a cool interview set up there or a cool guest for Nick on Sunday, which I'm in the process of organizing. Un segundo. 1 second. I'm just going to go off air for a second. We're going to have un segundo. While we've got a change of ends, I'll just play this little clip for you from the Tony Nadal interview. If there's one match from Rafa's story where you think that was a missed opportunity, there was a big chance.
There have matches,
2
or 3 in Australian Open. No more. We lose the opportunity in Wimbledon against Djokovic in semi-final.
2018.
Then we lose the opportunity, more important because that was semi-final. We lose the opportunity in Australian Open. In the Australian Open 2014, 2012 and 2017.
Yeah.
In 14 because he has an injury against Wawrinka that before he had never lose against him. Then with Djokovic and Federer, he had breakup in the 5th.
Yeah.
And 40-30 or 30-50. I don't remember well. It was a ball very close, goes. But this is what happened. There was in Roland Garros 2009. Of course, he I am sure that he won. He won this tournament when he has no problems in his knee, because at this moment he was the best. He won Australian Open, then he won the tournaments on clay, and he arrived with problems in Roland Garros. For this reason, in my opinion, he loses. But there are others time that maybe he has to lose and he won.
And I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. Just had to finish dealing with a couple of things, but I'm back now. You'll be pleased to know. I need to get the TV working again. I just had that off for a few seconds while I had to deal with a couple of things there. Yes, Sabalenka winning Madrid. You don't remember that? That was 2021, I think. She won in Madrid. She's more of a contender than you might have thought, but Madrid is the outlier in many respects regarding the clay court season. We were talking about this yesterday. On the men's side, for example, the last time somebody won Madrid and went on to win the French Open, I think, was 2017, Rafa Nadal. So there you go. On the men's side, it's 5 or 6 years, I think, since somebody won Madrid and then went on to win the French Open. Rome, Barcelona, to some extent, Monte Carlo in recent years are a better indication. The problem in Monte Carlo is it's such a long while. I think the conditions in Monte Carlo are quite similar to Roland Garros, but the difference, the distance in the calendar, because Monte Carlo is the first event, and I'm talking about the last 5 years, so the Rafa dominance in Monte Carlo, where I think he's won 8 titles, I'm not sure. The main reason Monte Carlo is not such a big indication is it's now a tournament that Rafa and Novak, for example, are turning up at. Well, either they're not turning up, as Rafa's case the last 2 years, or they're turning up at, but they're not quite ready, if you like, in the same way that they are by Rome. Rome is the one as well. So Madrid is an outlier, Ghosty. It's not, it's, you know, it's a small indication, but did Iga win Madrid, or did she not play Madrid last year? I think she skipped Madrid last year, if I remember rightly. If she played it, she definitely won it, because that was during her unbeaten spell, if you like. By the way, 2 games all now between these two. Cerundolo serving at 2 all. Italian flag. 2 hours, 9 minutes on the clock. Second serve for Cerundolo. Lots of Italian flags being waved. They're into a rally here. Good forehand, that one, though, there from Cerundolo. Helps him win the point. To be fair to Cerundolo, he's also now the psychological blow of not winning the second set and also losing the tiebreaker so badly. He's sort of recovered and got over that in a way. It's quite a tricky moment in the match. Okay, 15 love. Oh, 15 all. I think Berrettini got a bit lucky with a bounce there. 15 all. Now Cerundolo, though, is in a spot of bother. 15-30. But it's now at 30 all. Little nice. That's a good volley there from Cerundolo at the net. Forehand return from Matteo is a good return. Backhand slice from Matteo. Forehand Cerundolo. Backhand Matteo. Backhand Cerundolo. Good depth there from Cerundolo. Excellent depth as well, though, from Berrettini. They're now exchanging backhands, and Cerundolo goes long. 30-40, break point, Berrettini. Forehand now. Goes to Berrettini on the forehand. He's at break point, and he's saved the break point, Cerundolo. Deuce. Deuce. 2 games all. Big moment now. Big moments. Second serve for Berrettini to look at. Now it's advantage Matteo Berrettini, a break point. Deuce, big hold, a big point that there. Deuce. How do we see this going? I mean, for me, it's Berrettini. Has to be the favourite right now. He's really knocking at the door on the Cerundolo serve in this particular game. It's going to take a lot of strength mentally, in particular, for Cerundolo to hold serve now. Anyway, we're at deuce. Forehand, backhand Matteo. Now it's a run around forehand for Matteo. Clips the net and goes long. Game point for Francisco Cerundolo. How is going from beautiful kick wides to this double fault nonsense? Yeah, I know. So inconsistent. He's been listening to our live chat in terms of inconsistency from certain players. Still, at least my picture is valid for a bit longer than normal because it is 2-2 still. Okay. Oh, is that a double fault? Indeed. I see what you mean, Ghosty. Deuce. Deuce, deuce, deuce. For those of you still with us with this marathon, make sure you hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new. I believe that we have about 20 of you viewing us right now. I'm sure some of you are not subscribers. I say 20, that's including some Facebook viewers. I don't know if Ghosty, you're on Facebook. Oh, and Cerundolo's gone long, and it's now a break point again for Matteo Berrettini. Break point again for Matteo. 2 hours and 16 minutes. Are we going to get to the 3-hour mark here? Are we going to get to 3 hours in this match? Probably needs... second serve. Probably have to go to a tiebreaker, though, to reach 3 hours, I'd imagine. Backhand return. Of course, he goes to the backhand. Oh, forehand winner from Cerundolo. Deuce. At least he's keeping this. Like I say, this is really helpful for this image I've got. Yeah, just keep this on the screen for the next 20 minutes. Maybe you don't even need any commentary. Well, I guess you need to know at least what's going on with the scoreline if you're not watching. I imagine you are watching. Hopefully, I'm complimenting your viewing experience today. If you feel as though I am, hit the like button. If you feel as though I'm not and I'm detracting from your viewing experience, still hit the like button. Oh, forehand into the net from Cerundolo. Advantage Berrettini now. Again. Just laughing at your comment there, Ghosty. Cerundolo, yeah, sending us all mad, Sumit. Break point number 4. Forehand return from Berrettini. It's good. It's good return, and it's enough to break serve because Cerundolo puts the backhand into the net. A forced error, you could argue. And now I have to change that screen because Berrettini has broken. 3-2 he leads. It's a long way back now for Cerundolo. But it was a long way back in that first set when he was a double breakdown. Berrettini is a very happy boy right now. He's leading 3-2 with a break of serve. And arguably, he's a lot closer to the finish line than he was when he was 4-love up in the first set, because, of course, that was just the first set. I wonder what happened. I didn't really catch that first set. We were busy covering Holger Rune, Dominic Thiem at the time. That indeed, Summit, tennis is so unpredictable. Indeed, Ghosty. Ghosty, I mean, you're becoming a bit of an expert when it comes to strategy. I have to get you on the show. Tennis strategy with the ghost of Gerolaitis. By the way, we're going to be bringing you plenty more tennis action for the rest of this week in Monte Carlo. I know Jack is going to be doing the commentary for the final. We're going to have Damien on tomorrow, the tennis brain in a jar. He will be covering a couple of hours of tennis tomorrow afternoon. I'm sure we'll be bringing you Djokovic and Musetti among other matches tomorrow. What else have we got for you lined up? And we'll have plenty more matches. I think Jamie's going to do some commentary on Friday for some of the quarterfinal action. I'm sure we'll be bringing you semifinals on Saturday, maybe both of them. So we've got live commentaries all the way. I've got interviews lined up. Next week, I'll be in Barcelona covering that tournament for the channel. And the week after, and the 2 weeks after that, Madrid. Plenty of interviews, plenty of fun, plenty of tennis coverage, and plenty of talking, as you can imagine, to come. So make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new. Summit, when you say Cerundolo is 5 odds, I think you mean 5 in English speak, or in the UK, we would say 5-1, I think. Well, he came back in the first set when he was a double breakdown. Cerundolo just too inconsistent in that game, as you mentioned, Ghosty. Backhand return, clips the net and goes wide, so it's 30-love now. Trying to understand it better. Your guys, Damien, Nick, Mario, Jack, Atal, have been critical to improve my understanding of tennis tactics and strategies. Great, Ghosty. Have I not had any influence either, Ghosty? You're quick to shower praise on Damien, Nick, Mario, and Jack, but none for yours truly. By the way, I see that Berrettini's wearing the Asics shoes. Here we go. Here's some analysis for you, Ghosty. Berrettini's not wearing Hugo Boss shoes. Nice Hugo Boss shoes that he could be wearing. And when I say shoes, I don't mean tennis shoes. I mean shoes. Like the hard ones, the shiny ones. Let's put Berrettini in a pair of those. Let's say he has to hit backhands all the time. He gets a ping pong bat and you get a tennis racket, Ghosty. You are beating him. You're beating him. And he's not allowed to serve. It's you serving all the time. He's got a ping pong bat. He has to hit backhands all the time. And he's wearing a pair of Hugo Boss shoes. And a pair of Hugo Boss jeans. Oh, double fault from Berrettini. So we're at 30 all. So 30 all. Here we go. How many likes are we at on YouTube, by the way? Did we reach 25, maybe? We got 25 likes on YouTube. Oh, we're at 26. 27. How about that? Cool. Goes down the tee. A solid serve there from Berrettini down the tee. And it's 40-30. That was a crucial first serve at the right time as well. Can we get to 30 likes? Will we reach 30 likes for this? We'll be almost in Dominic Thiem or Tony Nadal interview territory. I think they got like 40, 50, 60 likes, I think. Oof. Second serve here. Backhand return for Cerundolo. Forehand goes big from Berrettini. Good defense from Cerundolo, to be fair. Forehand big from Berrettini. Comes into the net. Doesn't matter. He's won the game. 4-2. He now leads. 2 games away from sealing this match. And boy, oh boy, what a comeback in some ways. Not just coming back from 1 set to love down, but coming back in terms of the fact that he was a double breakup in the first set and still managed to lose it somehow. I didn't catch that first set, but I'd love to know how that manifested itself. So, Cerundolo to serve, and it's love 15 already. Poor old Francisco. Anyway, at least he's got it back to 15 all now. 15 all, 2-4. Francisco Cerundolo serving, bouncing, putting the ball up. Toss goes up. He's got the serve in. It's an unorthodox return from Matteo, and it's 30-15. Unorthodox. Daniil Medvedev. He's the guy that springs to mind when it comes to unorthodox. 30 all, though. 30 all now. Not the best of times right now for Cerundolo. And my prediction of a Cerundolo win at the beginning of the match is certainly looking shaky. Second serve, 30 all. Ollie? Ollie who, Tennis Twit? Who's Ollie? Yeah, exactly. Who's Ollie? I need to know who Ollie is, first of all. And then I may give it some veracity. But I have been hearing not great things. I just thought we'd have heard by now, though, that Rafa had pulled out. I would have expected the tweet to have appeared by now, but we'll see. Anyway, breakpoint Berrettini. Let's see how this pans out. They get a second serve as well. Forehand Berrettini, forehand Cerundolo, backhand Berrettini, forehand Cerundolo. That's a big forehand from him. Another good forehand from him, and it's enough to win the point and therefore save the break point. I'm just going to bring up very quickly this tweet from Jose Morgado. Good news, Dominic Thiem will return to the top 100 on Monday. Okay, that is good news. And he's going to enter the main roller screen draw without needing a wild card. His biggest goal. Yeah, exactly. I remember him saying that last week in Estoril. Bad news is the Dominic Thiem's last top 10 win was in November 2020. Yeah, who is Ollie? We still don't know. Ollie 10. I mean, listen, I think it is. I think you're right. It probably does just need Rome. But my problem with missing all of these tournaments, though, actually, is not necessarily that, but it's also that the midterm future, if you like. Oh, Cerundolo at the net there. That's messy. Advantage Berrettini break point. It's the broader picture. If he misses all these tournaments, as you say, I think he'll be okay, and that he might not compromise his Roland Garros chances too much. But if he's missing all these tournaments, surely that means that the end is very, very near. So I mean, the career. So Ollie, I'm just wondering who Ollie is. Let me just see if we can find this. I think I know who you mean. There is a Twitter account with the name Ollie who seems to tweet a lot about Rafa. Okay, so it's Punto de Break that are also reporting it. So that's the tweet, I think. And it was back to Juice. Ollie is suggesting that As is not the source, but that Punto de Break is the source. That's what it's saying, which is a different media outlet. And we're now at advantage Cerundolo, by the way. Backhand to backhand at the moment. Forehand Cerundolo. He's got a game point, the Argentinian, and he's sealed the game. So it's 4-3. 4-3. In the meantime, I will do a little bit of Twitter research to see if what's going on in terms of this. I just thought we would have heard from Rafa by now. Let me have a look at this Ollie tweet suggestion. See a little bit more about the source. 90%. I mean, just surprised it's not 100% either way by now, but okay, here we go. This is the tweet from Punto de Break, which I probably can translate for you, and probably with the translate button too. Not the best news so it is from Diario. Okay, As. They've been able to find out that Rafa Nadal would be 90% ruled out to not return in Barcelona. We will know before Saturday Rafa's final decision. So obviously the decision has not been made, at least, according to AS newspaper. But I guess they're still leaving it to the last minute, for what it's worth. So we'll see. Maybe we won't get any information today. She also said that he wouldn't play any tournament before Rome. So, yeah. I have to say that it felt like a bit of a cloud. I was in Manacor 10 days ago. I thought that Tony Nadal's cryptic responses to my questions about Rafa's current practices and his current health, he just said, I don't know. I'm not his coach. Yeah. I felt his responses may have been telling in the lack of information. I think if he's great and he's feeling good and he's playing Monte Carlo, he's playing Barcelona, I think he would have been more convincing in his responses. But there we go. Listen, Ghibli, I get a lot of things wrong, and I may be wrong. If he doesn't play a tournament until Rome, he's missing, Madrid and Barcelona, two of the most important tournaments for him. I know that Madrid, in terms of his results there in recent years, hasn't been anywhere near as impressive as other clay tournaments. But hi, Cedric. Nice of you to join us. Cedric, are you... Lopez sounds like a Hispanic surname to me. Quizás eres de España o América del Sur y habla español. Yo hablo español también. Voy a Barcelona la semana que viene para cubrir este torneo por este canal. Por favor, inscribir a nuestro canal. Please subscribe to the channel. And yeah, we need subscribers. We're on, last I checked, we're 9 short of 1550. Amy Lundy is a journalist. She is certainly worth listening to. She's alongside Gil Gross on their episode 3. And yeah, and she has suggested that he won't play any tournaments until Rome. So it looks like we're not going to hear anything in terms of Rafa until Saturday. And it's unlikely that he'll play Barcelona, which will be a pity. Oh, Cedric, you don't speak Spanish. I just said, please, can you subscribe, basically? And I'm going to Barcelona and Madrid next week to cover those 2 tournaments for the channel. Looks like I'm not going to be interviewing or speaking to Rafa, but there'll be plenty of other people there to help compensate for that. But yeah, just in terms of my doom and gloom is that if he misses these tournaments, by the way, it's 5-3 Berrettini now. If he misses these tournaments, that considering he was supposed to be out for 6 to 8 weeks and that was the middle of January, I thought the timeline might be too tight for Indian Wells. And I then thought, as a result, he'll probably skip Miami just because of his form there. But actually, if Miami was a clay court tournament as such, or if there was a clay court tournament at that time, he might play it. So that's the concern. It's love 15 on the Cerundolo serve, by the way. So that's the concern, really, that this 6 weeks or 8 week timeline on the hip injury has changed a lot. Is there going to be a lot of rain tomorrow, Matthew? I've heard a bit of rumors about that. I'm sure we'll be still, even if there's no play tomorrow, yeah, should still be okay. Should still be okay, Matthew, to get the matches in. Of course, if there's 2 days wiped out, that's different. Berrettini tried to run around the forehand or run around the backhand there and put a forehand into the net, so it's 15 all on the Cerundolo serve. By the way, I want you to write in the live chat right now. Who are you tipping to win the tournament in Monte Carlo? Just give me one word. Give me one word in the live chat and tell me who you are tipping to win Monte Carlo. I've gone a little bit out on a limb. No, not exactly out on a limb, but I've gone for Sinner. Call me strange, call me an idiot, whatever you want. I want to know in the live chat. Just give me one word. Who's winning Monte Carlo? Sinner is my tip. I imagine I'm going to see Djokovic pop up in the live chat. By the way, it's 40-15 now, Cerundolo. So from love 15 down, he's won the next 3 points in a row. Tennis Twit, you got to give me one word. That's 2. Woo, Matthew, that's big. That is big. Ghosty taking a more cautious route. Anita there going for Djokovic, of course. Anita, by the way, are you the Anita I know? Are you the Serbian Anita that I'm familiar with? Backhand slice from Berrettini on now the forehand, and that was an attempt at a lob, and maybe the worst lob of the season so far from Cerundolo. Berrettini just taps it back across. Ghibli. You're not expecting me to take that Struff. Keep that Struff out of here. I mean, I like the boy, but come on, Tennis Twit. I need one word from you. Just so one of them, Tennis. I'm guessing you're saying Sinner, therefore. Guilty. Anita, I hope you're okay. Long time no see. Cerundolo's held serve, by the way, so it's at 4-5 now. 4-5. Medvedev summit. That is big. That is big. Fair enough, Tennis Tweet. You're joining me on the Sinner train. You're joining me on the Sinner train. Medvedev. I'm not. You really, Summit? You really think Medvedev? Do you really think that? That's a big call. Tell you what, if Medvedev was to win Monte Carlo, especially if he beat Djokovic on clay like he did in 2019, as Ghibli highlighted earlier, boy, oh boy, you'd have to start thinking about him in a more serious light for Roland Garros. And if he was to win Roland Garros, by the way, that would be the comeback of the century. Bearing in mind the 12 months he had between Australia 2022 and Australia 2023. Really, Summit? You think he's going to reach the final? I'm not even sure that he's going to beat he's going to beat Sasha Zverev, if I'm honest. Ghibli, there, does anyone ever pick Khachanov? No, basically. Khachanov is cool. He's a nice guy. He's solid. He's a semi-finalist at the last two majors for a reason, because he beats players that he should beat. But I remember watching that match against Casper Ruud, and some people thought he would beat him in the US Open semi-final. For me, it was always going to be Casper Ruud. It went 4 sets in the end. He went 2 sets to love down and then got it back 2 sets to 1. But yeah, not for me. Anyway, Berrettini's here, serving for the match. New balls, serving for the match. Matteo Berrettini lost the first set despite being a double break up. And he's managed to turn it around, winning that tiebreak so spectacularly in some ways. First serve has gone wide, by the way. How's the second serve? Listen, Berrettini's temperament for me is one of the best out there, even though it's love 15. There's a little movement on the back there, though. You think Matteo's going to choke Summit? I'm not so sure. I think he's a pretty cool customer generally. Could be wrong. Good first serve there from Matteo. And it's 15-all. Okay, 15-all. Berrettini. Hit that like button, people. We might get to 30 likes on YouTube. Goes down the tee, backhand return, forehand Berrettini, backhand Cerundolo, forehand Berrettini. He's in a bit of trouble here, but then so Cerundolo. Cerundolo must hit the baseline there because that's pretty good. Cerundolo may be in charge of this point on the forehand again. Oh, he's gone deep there. It's landed in. It's landed in, 15-30. Summit on clay. I mean, I know he beat Novak in 2019, but now it's 30-all. Fist pump there. Okay, 30-all. Goes down the tee. Excellent first serve. But, to be fair, good return from Cerundolo. Now it's on the forehand of Cerundolo. We're going to get a break point or a match point. It's break point or match point right now. Forehand Cerundolo. Forehand Berrettini. Goes to the backhand of Francisco. And Francisco's gone wide. Match point. Match point. Matteo Berrettini. Make sure you hit that like button, people. Not much longer now to go in terms of the opportunity to hit the like button. I don't know how many likes we're on, by the way. 27, 28. 2 more away from 30. 2 more likes. If you're tuning in and you haven't hit the like button, why not? Okay, 40-30, Matteo Berrettini. Where are you going with this serve? You're going long with it. That's where you're going. Now where are you going, Matteo Berrettini? Backhand return from Cerundolo. Forehand Matteo. Forehand from Cerundolo. Forehand now to forehand. Backhand Matteo. Clips the net. Gets very lucky. And he's won the match. But he was very, very lucky with that net cord. The net cord is what did it for him. His coach almost can't believe it. Very lucky, Matteo. But listen, I mean, not all luck. Just on that point, was particularly fortunate. Let's tweet that out there. A net cord aids. Net cord, am I spelling that right? Hopefully I am. What are your thoughts, by the way? Hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new. I can see an interview with Dominic Thiem about to appear on my screen. There's a quick comment about the coach. But coaching situation with Matteo Berrettini. A net cord aids Matteo Berrettini on match point, but the Italian showed incredible mental strength to recover, having lost a double break advantage in the first set. He beats Cerundolo. Poor Cerundolo. Am I spelling Cerundolo right? I need to get the spelling right for that. Sorry, just sending a tweet out there, and then you'll have my undivided attention. So he wins 5-7, 7-6, 6-4. Who is he going to play next? Not Holger Rune, is it? Is it Holger Rune? No. Who's Berrettini playing next in Monte Carlo? Probably all set now. Men's singles tomorrow. We'll see Struff against Rude. So this is the lineup for tomorrow. Yeah, I think it is Holger Rune. Let's show this on the screen. Cheers, Ghosty. Take care, everyone. Make sure you hit the like button, by the way. I'm going to stay live with you for a couple more minutes, or a few more minutes, while I just show you this net cord situation as well, if you haven't seen it already, that aided and abetted Matteo Berrettini. And then we'll talk a little bit about the matches to come tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, this net cord was very fortunate. But, you know, Berrettini was serving for it, had a match point. Let's see if I can show this to you. Here we go. So this is the backhand here from Berrettini. Clips the net. Then just lands just here. Look at that, where that lands. So it clips the net and then lands. This is where the ball is, by the way. Cerundolo did well to chase it down, showing a lot of speed there. Got his racket on it, but you can see he's on the stretch here. Here's the ball, by the way. And it ends up, unfortunately for him, landing long. Berrettini, lucky boy on match point. But that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And I have to say, he showed his incredible mental strength. People saying to me that tomorrow the rain is set to fall. So that may well compromise some of the matches we've got tomorrow, starting with Struff against Rude, due to start at 11 a.m. Central European time. We'll see if that pans out that way. Plenty of, I think it's 8 matches in total tomorrow. So should be 8 matches, but we'll see. Just share with you some of the results from today as well on the screen. Good stream, good commentary. Thank you, Summit. You put in a long shift, John. Thank you. Great work. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. I know that Summit and Tennis Twitter have already done so. Of course, Ghosty is a member as well. You can become a member too, and you can catch up on some of our exclusive footage for members only. I can see Sasha Zverev on my screen, by the way, who had a very impressive win over Roberto Bautista Agut earlier in straight sets, which means he will play Daniil Medvedev in the next round. So, yeah, that may be exciting for those of you that are fans of either of those two players because, yeah, Sasha Zverev against Medvedev, even if it's on clay, I think is a sight to behold. So these are some of the matches coming up for you tomorrow. We'll be bringing you more live coverage tomorrow as well. I think Damien should be bringing us some of the action from tomorrow. Djokovic Musetti stands out in particular. Obviously, those two clashed at the French Open in 2021. That went 5 sets with Musetti winning the first 2 before Novak came roaring back. A feat that he repeated in the final, of course, against Stefanos Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas, by the way, will be playing Nicolas Jarry. Nicolas Jarry is having a bit of a return to form as well. I think he got to, I think it was Buenos Aires semifinals earlier this year, but he also won the tournament in Santiago. I would still fancy Tsitsipas to win that, and I would also fancy Djokovic to beat Musetti, but that may well go 3 sets. And probably Djokovic would like a slightly easier match as he's just sort of returning to the tour in terms of his enforced absence during the Sunshine Double, and then finishing the day with Medvedev Zverev. Where's your money? I'm going with Zverev, but it really could go either way. That one, that's a difficult one to call. Struff against Ruud. Ruud will be the hot favorite there, despite the fact I do see the conditions in Estoril being very different to the conditions in Monte Carlo. So, thank you for joining us today. Make sure you hit the like button. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. We'll probably leave an image of the some of the results from today. Put those up on the screen for you. 3 of the 4 matches that we covered, at least anyway. They can be shared on the screen like so. And we do this. And then we say goodbye. Those of you that are still with me, make sure you hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit that notification bell. And I'll speak to you all again very, very soon. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.